Yitzhak Yaakov, Atakwados, which Shemeka Kwados, Badu Shemeka, Lord Mahe, with Sham B'nai Israel, El Shabbat, La So, El Shabbat, the Dola Tamari Ola, Beni B'nai Israel, Oti Lola, Kisha Shayami Masa, El Shaddai, Wa Shamayim, where the Ta'arifu, Bayum must be Shabbat, where Nafash, Badu Shemeka, Badu Emineka, Badu Kudateka, Badu Kushateka, El Shaddai Melech, El Shaddai Malach, El Shaddai Imlok, Lola Mahe, Badu Shem Kabo Makuto, Lola Mahe, Badu Kabo Lohim, Minko Mo, Beleka Yom, Haluhu. First of all, I'd like to give honor and praise to Kumu. First of all, I'd like to give honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right and see. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, my father, Chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, mother in Israel. I say unto you, the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
The reason why we stand is because this is an introductory to God. It's an introductory to the Creator, acknowledgement to God. We stand for the wrong things. We stand for the wrong things. When I was going to school, I was taught not to stand to pledge to no allegiance to no flag. Because I ain't no American. And my forefather was brought here on stinking slave ships. And they was tortured. And they was mangled. And we had to accept that because that was the punishment that came from God. And before God put that punishment on us, we was warned. For years, God warned us. For years, for centuries and hundreds of years, God warned us and told us, if we don't start putting these laws into action, start doing these laws, this is going to happen to you. That over there is going to happen to you. This over here is going to happen to you. We didn't believe God. We didn't believe none of that. We started going off into other ways and other cultures of lives, following other nations and that was our biggest problem, was following people. That was the nation of Israel's downfall. And guess what? This is the people today. This is our downfall today. Still, because God already has the blueprint already set up on how we should live. That's why it's not a religion. This is not a religion. Religion is man-made. There is no man that can come up, read this book, read these first 5, read the law, and you tell me, can a man come up with laws like this? No. Moses went into a mountain for 40 days and 40 nights, receiving laws, commandments, and statutes. While God is repeating these words and reiterating these words to Moses, Moses is writing it down. And this is why these words have so much an effect on your spirit if you read it every day. If you talk about it every day, when you lie down, when you rise up. Because then and only then you will learn to fear God and keep his commandments. Because it's going to have an effect on your spirit. This is why God said, do such a thing, to do this. When we come to serve God, or when we come to do these laws, we have to prepare our soul for temptation. What do I mean when you prepare your soul for temptation? Prepare yourself for temptation. What is the temptation? Thoughts. Thoughts that comes to your head to detour you away from doing the things that is lawful and right by God. So now we have to play with these thoughts, and we got to put a break on our actions and say, wait a minute, by me doing this and this, would that get in the way of me pleasing God? Of me doing these laws? Does it go along with this? And most people don't do that because there's a word called emotions. That's a hell of a word. Emotions takes you over and they have you doing things that is against God. Emotions takes you over and they have me doing things that's against you.
Emotional damage.
And they have you acting out of context and out of the way, out of character. Men and women. That's why God said we need to channel our emotions into God. He said, love me with all your heart, soul, and might. And guess what? Nobody gets that. I can't love my wife with all my heart, soul, and might. The wife can't love me with all her heart, soul, and might because that goes to God. I can't love my children with all my heart, soul, and might because that goes to God. I can't love my animals and my pet with all my heart, soul, and might because those things, that goes to God. Only one gets that, and that's the Creator. He said, love me with all your heart, soul, and might. Right? It said, and these words which I command thee this day shall be in thy heart, shall be in your mind. Shall be in your mind. So in order for me to love God with all my heart, soul, and might, I got to be constantly thinking about it. You're constantly on my mind. You see how they make the love song? You're always on my mind. Right? That's what? That's a SWV. Right? SWV. You're always on my mind. I don't want to continue with the song. Yo, but when you love someone or a person like that, yes. When you love a man or you love a woman, the person is constantly on your mind. Love God like that. That's the love that God is looking for. And guess who had that love? David. King David had that love for God. That's why those psalms are heavy psalms, words that has power. And this man was so in love with God and infatuated with God that he wrote a book of songs. Those was actual songs that were sung to God, man. Those were actual songs that were sung to God. Not to Bathsheba or to his wife or his children. It was sung to God, man. And that was the emotional attachment, devotion, devoted to God that man had in him. Natural attachment to God. Yes, he was. The first time that the Ark of the Covenant got removed from the nation of Israel was when the nation of Israel went to war with the Philistines. And the Philistines took the ark, captured the Ark of God. When the Ark of God returned back into the nation, it was in the time of David, King David. King David, when that ark came, he was dancing. And he was leaping and dancing before the Ark of the Covenant. And his wife looked at him and said, why you uncover yourself in front of the maidens? He said, I'm not doing this for them. I'm dancing or you. He said, I'm dancing before the ark, before the Creator. I'm doing this for God. And I'm going to be more vile in doing so. He said, and God chose me over your father. That's what he told her. That's what he told her. So that's where our emotions supposed to be targeted at. to God. And that's where these people emotions was targeted at. That's why certain things they was able to do certain things without feeling no type of way about it. Without feeling no type of, we're gonna go into Exodus 16. Let's go into Exodus 16. This is something that has to be done every week. Every week. And you will never learn to love this or grow to love it or if we don't begin or start doing it. I gotta be into it to love it. I gotta be into it not to miss it. But because at any given time I can refrain from complicating, it's because I'm never there. So it's nothing for me to stay home. Talking about I'm gonna view it online when God said to congregate. The Creator said to congregate. That's what we need to tell. I have to congregate, and to congregate is a gathering of people. I gotta gather. We must gather. Let's go into Exodus 16.
And they took their journey from Elim and all the congregation.
So all this time they're in the wilderness. Right? Now God allowed these people to go in the wilderness to prove them, to prove their loyalty, to test their faith to God. And what do you think God is doing now? Each and every one of us is being tested and proved by God to see not your loyalty to him or to this one or that, to prove your loyalty to God. Because I already called. Your calling is now. Your calling is when God has revealed to you who is God. Because look, people say, your God is this. This one has a different God, but it's all one. Then if it's all one, then why we live differently? Why do men live their lives differently when there's only one God? God only accepts one walk of life, one way of life. When people goes into Christianity, you have some that lives as Muslims. You have some that live, and that's why when you're searching yourself, and trying to find yourself and you want to know who is God, you must study. You have to study where this Islam Muslim stuff came from. Because they said, one thing I'm not going to listen to is that they said Muhammad wrote the Quran while he was having a seizure. No way. There's no way. I done seen people have seizures and you're out of your mind. There's no way. So that's a dub. The word Allah the root word to Allah is Allat. A-L-L-A-T. Right? It is, I have it written down here. Right? It's a female goddess. Right? They had 360 gods all combined into one, and that's why they called it that name. That's a dub. I'm not following that. And I've been going through what Christianity how that came about. So you know I ain't following that. Yorubas, they have many gods too. The God of the earth, God of wind, God of this, God traditional, this one. Why do you need so many gods when a God does all things? The Creator, he says, I do all things. I do all things. Nothing is impossible for God. I don't need this one. I don't need nothing to compare to me. There's nothing to compare to me, nor to consort with me. He said, I am without beginning and without end. All these gods had a beginning. All these gods had a beginning and where it started from and where it came from. Not the God of the nation of Israel.
Most of them got murdered. They got killed.
Some of them got chased
98%
and killed.
of idol gods got killed.
Exactly.
All religions, all nations.
It said this God that we serve don't have an end. I ain't never heard no deity say nothing like this, like that. He said, I'm a God that has no beginning and no end. No, I'm sticking with this. I'm sticking with this. This is the only book that gives a recollection of the beginning of how the earth started, how it was formed, where it began. Do you really think the earth was here all the while?
No.
Don't you think or haven't thought that there had to been some type of a creation or how this thing started? And this is why God gave up that information to Moses to write it in the book so that we can read it and understand and acknowledge where all this began and how it started. Go ahead, Tom Sheik.
And they took their journey from Elim, and all the congregation of the children of Israel came unto the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai, on the 15th day of the second month after their departing out of the land of Egypt. And the whole congregation of the children of Israel murmured against Moses.
The whole congregation murmured. All right? You know what murmuring is? When you express dissatisfaction. I'm not satisfied. And because you're not satisfied, you complain. Ain't that something? People was not satisfied, so they complained. And God hate murmuring. God hate when you complain. There is no reason for these people to complain because they have a God that does all things. If I'm lacking in this, turn to God. He already showed you what he was capable of. God already showed these people what he was capable of. That's why the Most High brought them through the wilderness to prove them. Let me see if you're going to turn towards me after everything that I showed you. How I delivered you out of Egypt. Okay? How? Because look, Egypt served the sun as an idol. So what God did, he caused what? Darkness. The ninth plague, thick darkness. And this was a thick darkness that you can't light no candle. It's too thick. It was a darkness that could be felt.
Eat up light.
It ate up the light. So God showed these people all these plagues. And one spot that they did not touch was Goshen, where the nation of Israel was at. And these people seen that and they was aware of that. So now I'm going to prove you. After I showed you my glory, I'm going to bring you through the wilderness to see if that had any effect on you. But I think the things that you saw, did it affect you? Did it move you to serve God? And that's our problem. We go through certain things in life, and God reveals himself to us in many different ways, but it doesn't serve its purpose. It doesn't affect you. It doesn't push you or drive you to push towards righteousness. It doesn't. Because we go through certain things, and we acknowledge and say, man, that was the Most High. Certain situations. We say, man, that was the Most High, man. Man, I know I got to serve him now. But then it dwindles off. It dwindles off. That's why we have to keep these things in mind. Go ahead, read.
And the whole congregation of the children of Israel murmured against Moses and Aaron in the wilderness.
Murmured against Moses and who?
And Aaron.
And Aaron.
In the wilderness.
In the wilderness.
And the children of Israel said unto them.
They murmured against Moses and Aaron in the wilderness. Go ahead.
And the children of Israel said unto them, would to God we had died by the hand of the Lord in the land of Egypt.
They said, man, listen. But you bringing us through this wilderness where there's nothing to drink, ain't nothing to eat. He said, man, we should have died in Egypt. You should have killed us on in Egypt. They rather died in Egypt than to go through this. But it was all a test. God put you through certain things where you think there's no hope. Where you think there's no hope. Because when you're going through that Sinai Peninsula, that was a rough spot. That was a spot that was inhabited by cold-blooded creatures. It didn't rain. The quicksand and it's a desert, man. So God, it's a hostile environment. That's right. So God put them through that where you may think, or put you through certain things where you may think there's no hope. Let me see if you're gonna put your trust in God, and not complain and murmur and revert back to your past, because that's what people do. When the going get tough, people go back. They say, no, I've been going through this, walking this, doing this, and it's been getting harder and harder and harder. I can't do this no more. It's too much restrictions. I can't do this. I can't do that. Oh, I gotta go. And then you find something that suits your liking. Now you know you wasn't the one. You wasn't the one. That's how God proved man and woman today. At first, God proves the man. Now today, the woman got to be proved too. Everything is different here. God proved only the man first. You didn't have to prove the woman, because the woman follows what her man shows her that is lawful and right by God. So now things done is changed now. Now the woman got to be proved. You got to be proved. What's your decision? What's your what side you on? What's your choices? Because we have choices to make in life. And our choices that we make in life determines our destiny. Our choices that we make in life determines your future. Our choices that we make in life determines where you are going. And that's what we need to understand that, man. And don't play God short. Don't take this for no game. Don't take this for no game, man. Because there's no time limit on when you are going to live. Well, I'm going to live. I'm young. Young people dying. Young people is dying. Old, young babies, they're going. Death is speeding up. Everything is speeding up. Time is speeding up. The year used to take a very long. Now, listen, man, the year is almost over. The year is almost over. Days are speeding up. Months is passing. Time is speeding up, man. Time is speeding up, man. And you should not want to die in your sin. I don't want to die not being right with God. Don't kill me and I'm not right with God. I don't want to go like that, because I know that there is something out there. There's something out there. There's something out there, and I don't want to meet it. I don't want to go through that. Go ahead, read, Tom sheet.
When we sat by the flesh pots.
When we sat by the flesh pots.
And when we did eat bread to the full.
When we ate bread to the full.
For ye have brought us forth into this wilderness to kill this whole assembly with hunger.
They turned on Aaron and Moses and said, listen, man. He said, man, ain't nothing here to eat. Ain't nothing here to drink. They said, listen, I want to go back to Egypt. I'm hungry. I want to sit by the flesh pots, eat my fish and my leeks and my onions and my bread. What'd that tell you? No matter how the Egyptians treated the nation of Israel, they know where they was taken care of. That's why God said, don't hate the Egyptians, because you was a stranger in their land. And that tells you the mentality of people. If you allow a person to live with you and you clothe them, you feed them, you take care of them, that's the mindset of people. Man, I can't go against you because you took care of me and you fed me. That's righteousness, and those are holy and righteous thoughts. This is why God looked and turned towards the children and the sons and the daughters and gave them strict command to honor and glorify your parents, because I could have flushed you. The mother could have drank something to flush you out. I didn't have to have you. You didn't have to be born. The book said, man, I didn't prevent you by closing my legs. And when you was born, you could never repay your parents what they did for you. All night, I'm crying. She whips out the breast and feeds me. She was done to the mother, mainly the mother. She was the first one that child met, not the father. The mother is the one going through it. That's why there will always be a bond between a mother and a child. That bond is there because the mother got up 3, 2 in the morning, baby crying. She's tired, but she knows what's her dues and obligations. She's obligated, and I'm gonna ride with that. I gotta feed my baby. I gotta feed him. Oh, the baby need changes. I gotta change him. Oh, the baby need this. I remember one time when I had Anaya and Shalina had to go to work. So my mom's told me a trick. She said, listen, baby keep waking up. She wants her mother. She don't want me. I'm not the one breastfeeding her. So she said, you know what? Take one of her shirts, lay it on the bed. Put Anaya on top of the shirt. Her scent from the shirt is what's going to keep her sleep, because she ate, she was full. Put it right there and lay it there. I said, man, where you learn that trick from? I said, that's a hell of a trick. And the baby, she stayed asleep straight. Old generations. That's right. Go ahead.
Then said the Lord unto Moses, behold, I will rain bread from heaven for you, and the people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day.
Now this right here was proof. Was proof, man. God, look, the people is hungry. You know what God said? He said, listen, all right, man. So listen, I'm going to rain bread from heaven. Bread is going to drop from heaven. Already baked and bread, already made. In Psalms 106, he said, God fed the nation of Israel with angels' food. Not saying per se that the angels eat. Don't get it misconstrued. Remember, so now it's just a saying, and why I gotta go into that, because people say, so does it mean that the angels eat? No, the angels don't eat. How am I gonna show you this? When the angel appeared to Tobit,
yeah,
right, and they presented food before him, he said, you thought I was eating. It was just a vision. I made you see that I was eating, but I wasn't eating. I wasn't consuming no food. Angels don't eat and God don't eat. Let's get that. Let's remember that. All right?
Again.
Angels don't eat and God don't have
Spirits
to eat.
don't eat.
Spirits don't eat. So when he said, I fed them with angels' food, meaning it was bread that dropped from heaven.
From where angels dwell.
From where angels dwell at. And go ahead, read it.
And the people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day.
The people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day.
That I may prove them.
That I may prove them. Everything that God put them through was a test. Everything that God did for them was to prove them. Everything. We're going through a proving grounds today. Sometimes the evil spirit. Yeah, evil spirit. Because an evil spirit is when that spirit comes upon you to push you away. Look, y'all think it's a game. I've been doing this all my life. And sometimes that evil spirit comes on me. You think it's a game, man?
I fight it every day.
that spirit comes on me to push me away from fulfilling the laws of God. So what do you think about a person that just starting?
I fight it every day.
Every day, every Saturday, you're not going to feel to come here and congregate. Some days, some Saturdays, you want to stay home. But you got to fight those feelings. You got to fight that and say, no. That's why God said, rule your spirit. Rule your spirit, man. Rule yourself. Because your spirit is what? Your inner self. That's the real you, not the outside. What's inside of you is the real you. And that's what I have to fight and succumb and conquer. And why these thoughts and these evil thoughts comes to our mind more? Because we transgress. We sin. And because we sin, there's a breach and an opening in your spirit, which allows evil thoughts that is against God to come to your mind. Because we sin, we transgress, and we break these laws, and it has an effect on your spirit.
Right.
Tom Sheik.
And the people shall go out and gather a certain rate.
The people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day.
That I may prove them.
That I may prove them. The word for prove, all right, is nasa. When we are reading the law, it is very important to read it in the Hebrew because a lot of things is hidden in English. A lot of things you will not see in English that when you go into the Hebrew, it becomes much more clearer. This language, the English language was tainted with. I'm not against that. The English language was tainted with. And the only language that was not tainted with, and it could not be tainted, and God preserved it so that we may still have a way to get to God and learn, is the Hebrew language. So the word nasa means to prove, it means to test or to try. Do you know my father put my mother through certain proving grounds and tests? Yeah, I got it. Yeah, he had to test her. Sometimes he'll say, okay, yo, listen, man, I'm out. I'm leaving. Do this, and this. Don't do this. He leave out. Stay out for a couple minutes. Next thing, he said he slide the key in. He said, and there got to be one action. Click, click, boom, and come right in. Hey, yo, my father is something else. He said, and then when he come, he said, ha, ha, ha. He said, ah. He walk inside. He look in the kitchen. He said, I see a big pot of chicken wings. He came in. Curry chicken. Yeah. Man, I don't know nobody that made curry chicken like her. What?
White rice.
Woo! With white rice? Lord have mercy. The curry chicken, the gravy on top of it. Man, I used to scarf that down. Man, we all in the house. Pop, deuce, click. One click, boom, boom, and walk right in. He called you or me. He said, get the plastic bag. Get the plastic bag, Shama. I get the plastic bag. The whole pot of curry chicken into the bag. That was the last time. That was years. And I say that to say this. You don't 100% change. You don't change automatic like that.
Right.
You don't change automatic like that. You know when you change 100%, when you start putting work.
That's right.
When you start putting working towards God.
That's right.
You need tissue? Towards God. Yeah. When you start putting working towards God, that's the only way you will begin to see changes. Yeah. I have to start doing this so that you can corral that evil spirit that's in you and change for the better. Right. For the better.
Right. As soon as you let up, you take it over. As soon as you let up,
for the better. For the better. Doing these laws, you change for the better. But like I said, You don't change overnight. I have to be putting constant work in to be better with God.
That's right. Constant.
I will never learn to love this if I don't start putting work in. Let's go. Let's read. All right, hold on. No, we ain't gonna keep going. Let's hold on right there. The word nasa means to prove, right? To establish the truth or validity of by evidence or demonstration. This is how God proved us, by evidence or demonstration. What was one? Name me one demonstration when God came down on the mountain and incinerated the whole mountain range and it was on fire. That's a demonstration. Okay? Name me an evidence. Evidence, demonstration, the same thing. Same thing. Same thing. Another demonstration. Bread came down from heaven. Another demonstration. How God challenged all the idols and the deities of Egypt. God, the pillar of cloud. There's so many demonstrations that God put before the nation of Israel to prove them. To prove to them that He is God. That He is the only God. The Red Sea. The Red Sea. And then do you know that? You know what that is? To split. Look, Moses turned to God. God looked at him. He said, listen. God told Moses, he said, I have made you a God in the sight of these people. He said, you split it, man. You gonna split the sea. He said, you can do it. So I made you a God.
You can do it.
You can do it, and you can make certain decisions. And this is why when Moses struck the mountain, he didn't sanctify God's name. But he still had power to do such a thing.
He gave him power.
Yes, he did.
He gave him abnormal powers.
No, man. Joshua, the son of Nun. Do you know that man was at war? I forgot with who. Was Canaanites. And it was Friday. The sun is going down.
He said you got to get in before sundown.
He stopped the sun from going down. Command, he said, stand out still.
Stay still.
In the moon.
In the valley of Ajalon.
In the valley of Ajalon. And it stopped.
And it stayed right
God stopped it according to his command because these men had powers with God.
That's right.
And you know why we don't have those powers today? Because of iniquities. Walk upright with God. You start walking upright with God and doing the things that is lawful and right. We can invoke, or not the word. We can not rejuvenate, but we can reignite those powers that we had, or restore those powers because we lost it. We got to tap into these laws. We got to tap in. We got to tap in, man. But go ahead, let's go.
That I may prove them whether they will walk in my law or no.
And I would prove them whether they may what? Walk in my laws or no. Okay. What is the validity? To be valid. What is valid? Conforming to accepted principles. That's when you become valid. When you accept the principles of God. Okay? To test. When God tests you, there's three main ways of when God tests you. Observation. Observation means you're on watch. God is watching you. I open your eyes to these laws. Now I want to see what you do with it. I open your eyes to who is God. Now I want to see how you prove yourself and how you move accordingly. Right? Right? Evaluate. Evaluate means what? To determine the worth or value of a person by putting them through the tests and the trials. What are you going to choose? Am I going to choose this or am I going to choose that? Because again, God gave us a choice. God gave us a choice. The reason why God gave man a choice is because I will never know what you're going to choose if I don't leave it up to you. I got to see what you want to choose. I leave it up to you to see. You have a choice. Life or death, good or evil. The men in the book, all these men here have choices. Okay? And the last one is a trial. Right? The test of faith. The test of patience or stamina by suffering or temptation. That's how much can you hold? How much can you hold? How much can you endure? Because if you have stamina to endure in these laws, you're not gonna get pushed away very easily. People wait for the slightest little reason to push them away from serving God. You have no stamina. You have no endurance. All right? What is the word? Patience. Gotta be patient. Gotta be patient. You know, we are very impatient people. Things don't go our way, but immediately it's downtrodden. I'm done with this. Patience. You need patience to serve God. If you don't have patience, then you cannot serve this God, because everything that doesn't go your way, you will dwindle away. Like the haystack in the wind. You're gone. Can't handle no pressure. Faith. All right? He said by suffering. Suffering is what? He's going to put you through certain things. He's going to put you through it. He's going to put you through certain temptations to see if you're going to turn away from God. Right? It said an ordeal or path required as proof of conformity with a set of beliefs. Okay? Now, what is ordeal? To determine guilt or innocence by submitting the accused to dangerous and painful tests under God's control. That's what God put Job through.
Put you in dangerous positions.
Put you through. God put you through it. That's what God put Job through. And Job was put through it. Why? Because people say, oh, there's no Satan. There's no devil. Where you get that from? The book says there is an entity called Satan. There is an evil side. Yes, God does all things. I believe that. God is the one that allows the adversary to do what he do. Because we're gonna, that's one of my chapters. We're gonna go into that. All right? But there is an entity called Satan. He is adverse. He is contrary. He's opposite to God. He's opposite. He's against these holy laws. That's why he came up with a day of worship for Sunday, to worship and honor the sun god. The Sunday, which is not Sunday, it is Sonan the egg. Sonan the egg, meaning the day of the sun. So when you worship and go to church on Sunday, you worship in the sun. Emperor Constantine changed the original day of worship from the seventh day to the first day.
Right.
That's facts. Go into your history and study. That's facts. All right? To try means to examine, to subject a person to undue strain, excessive hardship, or provocation that tests their endurance. That's what tests your endurance. How long can you last? Are you going to break when I put you through this? Oh, you don't break? You held strong? Okay, I'm going to put you through other hard, rough things. Let me see if you break on that. Oh, you passed the test. Let me see if you will break on this. And that's what the adversary did to Job. He tried one thing, it didn't work. He tried this, it didn't work. He said, okay. He said, a man will give up everything for his life. He said, let me touch his soul. Let me touch his skin. He said, okay, go ahead. He said, but don't touch his life. Under God's guidance, under the Creator's guidance. And he put him through it. Boils. Oh, man, he put him through it. but the man still kept his integrity with God. Still kept his innocence with God. He didn't lose it. Go ahead, Tom Sheik.
And it shall come to pass that on the
What verse
sixth
you
day,
at?
verse 5.
Go ahead.
And it shall come to pass that on the sixth day they shall prepare that which they
The
bring in.
word, it said, and it shall come to pass that on the sixth day they shall what?
They shall prepare that which they bring in. And it shall be twice as much as they gather daily.
Okay. I have a question. One person questioned, he said, can I give an example of putting work in towards God? An example of putting work in towards God. When I go buy clothes, I make sure I check the tag to see if it's 100% cotton, wool, linen, or silk. Because God forbid us to wear mingled fabrics as a woolen and linen mingled together. That's one work.
Separate the household.
You separate your household according to the laws and the commandments of God, which means everything in your household is set up according to the law. So now what happened? How do you do that? Kiligabed. Kiligabed is a separation between men things and women things. Okay? When you get unclean, when you cohabitate with your wife, and the seed of copulation leave from you, it is a command that I must go wash. I must go wash from head to toe, wash my flesh, and I'll be clean at sunset. And whatsoever the semen touches, that has to be washed. My sheets has to be washed. My clothes has to be washed. Underwears, everything got to be washed. So when you buy mattresses, I like to keep the plastic on.
Yeah.
Because if the semen touches and go into the mattress, you can't wash the mattress. It's waterlogged. It's going to be waterlogged. So now the best thing to do is to get rid of the mattress. The mattress is unclean. So those are how you make steps and changes to get to God or go towards God. Reading the law and fulfilling it, putting it into action. Putting it into action. Okay, Tom Sheik.
And on the
We're
sixth
on verse
day,
5.
and it shall come to pass that on the sixth
day,
they shall prepare that which they bring in.
Okay, it was specific. On the sixth day, prepare that which you bring in. Because on the seventh day, you can't make no preparation. This is also making steps towards holiness and righteousness. So what does prepare mean? The word for prepare is hekinu. Hekinu means to prepare, to provide, and arrange. This is why when you're setting up, everything must be set up from the sixth day. You're not going to go to teachers and set up chairs because the chairs have to be set up already. I'm not gonna do no preparation and preparing food and that hasn't been done on the sixth day. There's no arranging happening on Shabbat. This is why we should not be having a unity Shabbat. Which is going on Kemo Aksha right now today.
Break it down, brother.
Okay, so when the Most High said a Shabbat, all right, when God says a Shabbat, one of the definitions of Shabbat is rest. Two of them is rest and cessation. We're going to go into those two words. Rest and cessation. 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 All right. Rest is what? To cease from work or movement in order to relax. Right? We ain't talking about that. To relax. I want to relax. I got to congregate. That tells me, that definition tells me that I'm ceased from work and I can stay home and relax. I'm observing the Sabbath. That's not the rest that God is talking about.
Rest from work.
Rest from work. All right? Now, the cessation means process of ending or being brought to an end. Right? Now, another definition is to cease from activity. To cease from activity. When these people They got to set up speakers because it's a unity Shabbat.
Wires got to get ran.
Wires got to get ran through. You set up speakers.
Yeah.
Then you got a van load of drums that people picking out and holding drums and setting the drums up. People taking out tables, setting up tables, bringing food, chairs.
And then people go on stage and perform.
Woo.
Over rap songs, over rap beats.
That's not. We need to keep this unity Shabbat on another day,
Yeah.
not on Shabbat.
Yeah.
Not on Shabbat.
Yeah.
You could agree to disagree all you want because God gave you a choice. But I'm going to tell you what the truth is. I'm going to tell you what the truth is. I'm not going to tell you things that is contrary or opposite from what I read. Yes, you have a choice and you don't have to agree with it. That's your problem with God.
Do what you want, Johnny.
You do what you want. That's your choice. That's your opinion. But I know how I'm going to walk. And I know how I have to walk and the things that I need to do to get close with God, to fulfill these laws, commandments, and statutes. Unity Shabbat is out the door, man.
It's not in the book.
It's out the door.
It's not in the book.
Now go ahead. You got verse 5, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Thompson, read.
And it shall come to pass that on the 6th day they shall prepare that which they bring in.
Prepare that which they bring in.
And it shall be twice as much as they gather daily.
Now, why I say it has to be twice as much? Because on the 7th day, you're not going to find no bread. God is not going to cause bread to drop and to feed you on the 7th day. Okay? Because that's what you call work. Because we're going to go into that as we read. Because that's called gathering.
Thank you.
Gathering. You got to gather all this bread together, and the action is work. As we read on, you'll see. And it's going to give you an example of why, of what I'm talking about. Let's go read.
And Moses and Aaron said unto the children of Israel, at even, then ye shall know that the Lord hath brought you out from the land of Egypt.
He said, even tonight, so you'll know.
You're going to know.
And you're going to see with your own eyes that everything that I showed you was facts. You're going to learn and see that this is the God that brought us out of Egypt. You're going to see. Go ahead, read.
And in the morning, then you shall see the glory of the Lord.
In the morning, you're going to see the glory of God. Read.
For that he heareth your murmurings against the Lord. And what are we that you murmur against us?
He said, your murmurings, you murmuring against me, but it ain't against me. It's against God. We understanding this?
Thank you. Say it again.
You could agree to disagree
And
and go against. You don't like what you hear, but you're not disagreeing with me, Johnny. You're disagreeing with God.
Right.
I didn't write this. I didn't put this here. Nowhere in my mind I could have ever formulated these words. This is not my words. When you disagree with what you read or what you see here, you're disagreeing with God. That's a problem that you need to take up with God. Ask God to cause you to turn your heart towards His laws so you can accept the things that you read and not allow your emotions and how you feel to detour you or pull you away from this. Ask God for that. Yeah, you got to ask God for that. It's nothing wrong.
No.
I have understand and God understands that we've been here for a long time. I've been, look, man, I was born in this, and my mind is still of a heathenistic mind to where, but I know that I need to correct it, and I know I can't think and move that way to be accepted of God. That's what you call ruling your spirit. Ruling your spirit, and that don't happen overnight for crying out loud. That don't make you a bad person. You're not a bad person. You're still a good man, a good woman, because the first you done made a chip in the ice.
Yeah.
You done made a chip in the ice.
Trust me, you did.
You know what that chip was?
That's right.
You're trying, and you push. You're here.
Yeah.
You're here.
Everything you do towards this.
Everything you do towards this is good, and it's what merits towards you, and it counts.
Right. It does count. May not seem like
I had to tell my woman to make no separation. She heard it, heard me say it. She said, "You know what? I'm gonna get some different spoons, different knives. Do things of your own accord towards God, that God can strengthen you towards His laws, strengthen you and give you the strength to do these laws, commandments, and statutes." All right, where we at, man?
Verse 6.
Okay, let's verse 6, and it reads, "And Moses and Aaron said unto the children of Israel, At even ye shall know that the Lord hath brought you out from the land of Egypt."
And in the morning, then ye shall see the glory of the Lord.
And in the morning, then ye shall see the glory of God.
For that he heareth your murmurings against the Lord. And what are we that ye murmur against us? Moses said, "This shall be, when the Lord shall give you in the evening flesh to eat, and in the morning bread to the full. That the Lord heareth your murmurings, which ye murmur against him. And what are we? Your murmurings are not against us, but against the
So
Lord."
you ain't murmuring and complaining against me. You can complain all you want, but your complaints is against God. Your disagreements is against God. Your disagreements is against the Creator, not against me. Tom She.
And Moses spake unto Aaron, "Say unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, Come near before the Lord, for he hath heard your murmurings." And it came to pass, as Aaron spake unto the whole congregation of the children of Israel, that they looked toward the wilderness, and behold, the glory of the Lord appeared in the cloud.
They look. God said, "All right, come on over here. Let me show you something, man. Let me show you another demonstration, another proof, another example that the God that we serve." Look. And you know what's crazy? You never even thought about this, that there's no deity that can appear in that form.
No.
God told they was boys. He said, "Listen, I'm gonna show you the glory of God." And the thick cloud came down from heaven, and the glory of God was in that thick cloud. Was in the thick cloud. Because you can't see him. Came down. Look at the cloud. So the glory of God is here, man. God is here. God is here. All right? That's right, Tom She.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, "I have heard the murmurings of the children of Israel."
And said what? Read that again.
I have heard the murmurings.
I have heard the murmurings
of the children of Israel.
Of the children of Israel.
Speak unto them and saying, At even ye shall eat flesh. And in the morning ye shall be filled with bread. And you shall know that I am the Lord your God. And it came to pass that at even the quails.
What verse you at?
Verse 13.
Okay, go ahead.
And it came to pass that at even the quails came up.
The quails came up.
And covered the camp.
What are quails? Quails are birds. And to tell you the truth, when you read Leviticus 11, it never gave you a rundown of clean birds.
No. Doesn't say these.
It never gave you a rundown of the clean birds. And the only birds that I read about in the book that our forefathers ate was quails, turtle doves, pigeons. Quails, turtle doves, and pigeons. That's it. Those are the only birds, because it ain't too many clean birds. When I did my little studies about Yanshuf, I read it says the word Yanshuf, it said the great owl. And when you look up the great owl in Hebrew, it says Yanshuf. When you look up Yanshuf, it says turkey buzzard. Wow. Turkey buzzard. So I stay away from turkey.
Leave the turkey and the chicken alone, man.
And I leave the turkey alone.
We don't think without good.
Think without good. I didn't read chicken in here.
No. You don't even, the word ain't don't exist.
I didn't read chicken was clean in here.
No.
The book gives us a rundown of what is clean and what is unclean. Am I right?
That's correct.
The book gives us our diet. The book tells us what to eat and what we shouldn't eat, what to stay away from, what not to stay away from, what kind of fishes to eat in the sea, which is supposed to consist of fins and scales. It doesn't say that the whole body have to have it, just gotta have scales. And that's why you have some tuna that is clean, where the whole body doesn't have scales. Parts of it have scales, but I'm staying away from it. I've been away from it for so long. But you do have tuna that has scales, and you have some that don't have scales. You gotta know what you get. And it's a very bloody fish. It's a very bloody fish, and God commanded us to stay away from consuming blood and fat. What are we doing eating oxtails? Why do we eat oxtails, Chief? Why? There's no meat on oxtails. It's a tail. It's a bunch of gristle. But the fat is a very sweet thing. My father said, man, the fat alone is sweet, man. He said, when I just eat the oxtail, he said it jumps from side to side all over the time. He said, all you gonna do is swallow it. Damn scavengers. They are carnivorous, riotous eaters of flesh. You can't stay away from the meat. What are you doing eating oxtails? You know you got brothers, they're all the oxtails. Looking at him. Man, what are you doing eating that? It has no meat on the tails. Don't do say chicken fingers. Why do you want to eat? Look, I saw a brother eating some soup, and he pulled the thing out, and the damn chicken feet is dangling. He's dipping in the. You're a nasty dude, man. You're nasty. Why are you eating that? Is it because of flavor? Does it flavor the food?
Following the ways of heaven.
Just following after the customs and the ways of heaven. You refuse to follow the diet that God had gave us.
You want to follow a slave diet.
That's what they gave the slaves.
Slave
Oh,
diet.
say it again,
That's
please.
why it's a dish.
They gave the slaves chicken feet,
Pigtail.
pigtails,
Chitlins.
ears,
Parts of the
chitlins,
body that they don't
things
want.
that they didn't want.
And people made them a
They
dish.
ate the scraps after the master eat. The slave come and eat the remaining of the plate.
Would you slide
The
off that plate?
scrapes.
They made a dish out.
Yeah, don't forget made it good.
That's what's in the restaurant.
We still have this slave mentality.
Right,
Can't
right,
let
right.
go.
Mhm.
We are not slaves now.
We are not in slavery.
We are not in slavery now. Slavery is when you're not free to do as you can. I want you guys to do something. Look up the definition of exile.
Okay.
And then you'll tell me if you're still slaves. And I'm going to look it up for you. And I'm going to tell you what exile is. We ain't slaves. I could get a passport and go wherever I want.
Right.
A slave can't do that. 1600s, they couldn't get no passport and fly nowhere.
No, sir. No,
They are bound to the plantation.
Yes, sir.
When that slave leave, another honky tonk man find him and look at him and say, hey, where you going, slave? Where you going? Not slave, where you going, nigga? Where you going, nigga? And that's why Prince Yaakov, he hated that word. He hated that word. He hated that word. Prince Yaakov was a leader that we had in Ben Azakin in the early 70s. He said, man, I don't like that word, man. He said, don't mention that word. Don't say that word, nigga.
So you call them
Right? The word exile, right? Right? Exile is what? Now, forced removal from one's country or home.
Right.
forced.
Do we fit that? I said, do we fit that?
Yes, we do.
Our ancestors, yeah.
Yeah.
But that don't mean you can't go nowhere. It just says you've been removed.
God removed us from Jerusalem,
Yes,
from our
sir.
own home, because
Yes,
we
sir.
refused to hearken to his laws and his commandments and his statutes.
That's right.
And he told us and he warned us that if we don't hearken to these laws, that the land is going to spew you out and kick you out. We didn't believe God.
Right.
We thought we had a better idea than God. All right? He said voluntary absence from one's country or home. A person expelled from his country or home by authorities. One who separated himself. Look, man, banished or expelled from one's own country.
Yeah.
That's it.
Can't go back.
That's it.
You can go back now.
They never go back.
You can go back now if you want to Jerusalem. Yeah, go on back.
Right.
But you're not free to do as you please over there.
Get over there.
Right.
When you go over there, you are still under a different government.
That's
That's
right.
right. That's right.
This is why you can't kill your daughter when she sleeps around.
Okay.
This is why you catch your wife in the bed with another man. You can't kill her, and you can't kill him. You know why? Because you get caught and you go before the judge. He will say, "Well, sir, you're gonna get double life. You done killed your daughter. You done killed these guys here." He said, "Take the hammer, boom, 50 years in prison."
They don't go by
You
these
think
laws.
that was wise?
Okay.
That's right.
That wasn't wise.
That's right.
Because God gave us a command and told us to bind yourself under these people laws, their government rules.
That's right.
Bind yourself. Not to say that what you did wasn't right, but it wasn't wise.
That's right.
So now what happened now? Because I had a better idea than what God said, now I'm in jail doing 50
You
years.
get no points. You get no
Yes.
points for that.
Okay.
You get no points.
Not good.
You get no points for that.
And that's the position that we put ourselves in. That's the position that we put ourselves in, because when we had the chance and the freedom to serve God, we defecated on it.
Right.
We defecated on his laws. That's right. Time sheet.
And it came to pass that at even the quails came up and covered the camp.
The quails came up, covered the camp.
And
Time
in the
sheet.
morning, the dew lay round about the host.
The dew lay round about the host. Go ahead.
And when the dew that lay was gone up, behold, upon the face of the wilderness there lay a small round thing, as small as the hoarfrost on the ground. And when the children of Israel saw it, they said one to another, "It is manna."
It is manna.
But they wist not what it was.
They didn't know what it was. Go ahead, read.
And Moses said unto them, "This is the bread which the Lord hath given you to
He said,
eat."
listen, man, this is the bread. This manna is the bread that God said that he going to feed you guys with. You guys been doing a lot of complaining. That's all you've been doing. Israel, man, that's all we do is complain. He said, wherefore shall the living man complain? Complain for what? I done put myself through this by going against God. So now when God put you through it, you complain. I got no reason to complain. Just do better. Acknowledge your fault and do better. You know why? I was wrong.
Yeah.
And I deserve this.
That's right.
Because by God putting this upon me, this is what's going to make me better.
Right.
So now I had to accept my fault. And so I can do, it's a science. There's no way I'm going to do better with God if I don't accept that I was wrong.
That's right.
You have to be able to accept that you was wrong in order to do better. It's like something that happens automatically. Notice that when people don't accept their wrong, they continue in their wretchedness. But when a man can accept his fault, you see the betterment and the changes in that person, like it just happens automatically, like a switch.
That's right.
Go ahead, read.
This is the thing which the Lord hath commanded.
Mm-hmm.
Gather of it every man according to his eating, an omer for every man,
An omer for every man,
according to the number of your persons.
according to the number of your persons. You get an omer. On the 6th day, you take 2 omers. I get an omer, or I need 2 omers, I get 4 omers. Everybody, an omer is a certain number. It's a measurement. Because on the 6th day, this is what ought to be done. Go ahead, read.
An omer for every man.
An omer for every man.
According to the number of your persons.
According to the number of your persons.
Take ye every man for them which are in his tents.
Uh-huh.
And the children of Israel did so.
Uh-huh.
And gathered some more, some less.
Now they didn't follow the command. That was the first test right there. So I'm gonna prove you, and I'm gonna see whether you're gonna be with God or not. He said, okay, gather an omer, every omer for each person. If you need an omer, gather double. Guess what they did? Some gathered more than what they needed, more than the measurement, and some gathered less than the measurement.
That's
Go ahead.
And when they did meet it with an omer,
when you just gathered the omer,
he that gathered much had nothing over.
The one that gathered much, see, he didn't have nothing over. Read.
And he that gathered little had no lack.
That's right. Read.
They gathered every man according to his eating.
That's right.
And Moses said, let no man leave of it till the morning.
Don't leave none till the morning. Read.
Notwithstanding, they hearkened not unto Moses, but some of them left of it until the morning, and it bred worms and stank. And Moses was
you didn't have to save none in the morning. No. God was raining bread from heaven every day. He said, so get what you need, eat it, because tomorrow I'm giving you fresh bread. I'm going to rain more manna down.
Right.
Follow
orders. Follow orders. Simple orders. Simple orders people cannot follow. So when you can't follow simple orders from mortal man, from people, that you can't follow the orders from God. That's why my father used to always say, if you can't honor and respect what's before you, how you gonna honor something and respect what you can't see?
That's correct.
In order for me to honor and respect God, I gotta be able to honor and respect my mother and my father. I can't honor them. You ain't gonna honor God.
No.
Right.
It goes hand in hand. Go ahead and read.
Teach.
Notwithstanding, they hearkened not unto Moses.
They hearkened not unto Moses.
And they bred worms and stank.
They bred worms because they didn't hearken, and they took some, left it until the morning, and it started breeding worms, and it stank. It stunk. Go ahead, read.
And Moses was wroth with them. And they gathered it every morning, every man according to his eating. And when the sun waxed hot, it melted. And it came to pass that on the 6th day they gathered twice as much bread, 2 omers for one man. And all the rulers of the congregation came and told Moses.
They gathered 2 omers for one man on the 6th day, because on the 7th day it ain't gonna be there. God ain't gonna rain no bread down so you can come out and gather and pick up no bread on the Shabbat. So he told you to gather 2 omers. Go ahead, read.
And he said unto them, this is that which the Lord has said. Tomorrow is the rest of the holy Sabbath unto the Lord. Bake that which he will bake today.
Bake what you're going to bake today.
And seethe that he will
seethe. Means to boil. Boil whatever you're going to boil today.
And that which remaineth over, lay up for you to be kept until the morning.
So whatever you got to cook, make sure you cook it on Friday before sunset. Right. Make sure you cook it on Thursday.
Right.
Start cooking from Thursday. Start cooking. It ain't much to cook. You can cook it on Friday. But by all means, make sure you're cooking and you're boiling and you're preparing this done before the sunset.
That's not. We gotta cook on Shabbat. When we do these Shabbats.
Yeah.
He's cooking right now.
They said what?
And he said unto them, this is that. Verse 24. They laid it up until the morning, as Moses bade, and it did not stink, neither was there any worm therein. And Moses said, eat that today, for today is a Sabbath unto the Lord.
Eat that today, because what?
Today is a Sabbath.
Today is a Sabbath unto God. You know, so we know even God observed the day.
You don't create that.
When God created the heavens and the earth, right? The word for create is bara. Bara means to establish. To establish means to bring into existence. We know what to bring into existence means.
never existed
It was
before
never
that.
there.
Right.
It never existed.
It was never there.
It was never there.
That's the powers of the living God. That alone tell me
Thank you.
that,
Thank you.
hey,
Thank you.
I'm staying where I'm at. This book done explained and showed me the powers of God. He said it means to bring into existence. He said, let the dry land appear.
It has a name as it appears. God gave it a name to, as he called.
He said the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep.
It means it wasn't there.
And the Spirit of God hovered and glided over to the waters. And God said, let there be light. So God had to put a separation between the darkness and the light. All right? Now, where we at, Mick?
Verse 25.
Okay, go ahead.
Moses said, eat that today, for today is a Sabbath unto the Lord. Today ye shall not find.
She said, eat it today. He said, because tomorrow, you ain't going to find it out there in the field. When you go out in the field, you ain't going to find it out there. So don't even think to go out there looking for no manna. That's why I told you to gather double of this manna. Well, I read. So,
6 days ye shall gather it, but on the 7th day, which is the Sabbath, in it there shall be none.
You see that? You see the key word gather. Laquat.
6 days.
Lamed kuf tet. To gather. Right? It says 6 days you shall gather. On the 7th day, I'm not raining no bread to make you have to gather no bread. So it was the action. The gathering was the profaning of the Sabbath day.
Right.
When the man got caught gathering sticks on the Sabbath day, everybody had different opinions.
He was gathering.
The reason why he died was because of his intention. His intention was to kindle a fire. The book don't say that. The book don't say that. Let me tell you the reason why he died. Because he went out there gathering sticks. The actions of him gathering sticks, that's work.
Right.
That's work. And that's why he ended up going into jail, into ward, and he ended up dying, being stoned to death. Right? So it said, the Lord said unto Moses, how long refuse ye to keep my commandments and my laws? He said, how long will you continue to refuse and reject God? How long are we going to continue to do this? Because to reject God is what? To turn from his laws. To do your own thing. To live according to your own wanton ways. Your own heart's lust. That's it. All right? It says, he said, see, for that the Lord had given you the Sabbath. Go ahead.
Therefore, he gives you on the Shabbat, on the 6th day, the bread of 2 days.
The bread of 2 days.
Remain every man in his place.
Abide ye every man in his place.
Let no man go out of
Let no man go out of his place on the 7th day. Tom Sheep.
So the people rested on the 7th day.
And
the house of Israel called the name thereof manna.
Manna.
And it was like coriander seed. White. And the taste of it was like wafers made with honey. And Moshe said, this is the thing which Elohim commands. Fill an omer of it to be kept for your generations, that they may see the bread which I fed you in the wilderness, when I brought you out from the land of Egypt. And Moshe said to Aharon, take a jar and put an omer full of manna in it, and lay it out before Elohim to be kept for your generations, as Elohim commanded Moshe. And Aharon laid it out before the testimony to be kept.
Okay, let's cut that. And let's go to 1 Samuel. Let's go to 1 Samuel chapter 25.
First Samuel
chapter 25.
When Samuel died, all Israel would gather together to mourn.
Samuel died, and what?
All Israel would gather together to mourn.
And all Israel would gather together and lamented him, and then they buried him. They didn't have funerals. Funerals was in the worshiping of the dead.
Right. Ceremony.
Right.
Ceremonies. That's why we buried our father in such form and fashion, in such manner. We didn't have a funeral where people come up, a eulogy. We didn't have none of that. We don't even have a tombstone on his gravesite. It's just one little small marking. I don't want no tombstone. You don't need a tombstone. All those things, I don't need none of that.
That's right.
It's called a matzeba.
That's right.
A matzeba is a tombstone.
That's right.
From this year, 1950 to 2022. And then you have a written legal document about he has a bishop. God is against that. God is against that. That's called a matzeba. It's called a matzeba. I had to go to bat with one person bringing that stuff in the house. That's what mainly caused the separation. Mainly caused the separation because I can't live in a house that does such a thing.
That's right.
I can't live in a house that has these things,
That's
these
right.
abominations
That's right.
that God is against.
That's right.
Because we had to train ourselves that whatever God detests, you have to detest it.
That's right.
It ain't no, like I said, it ain't no easy job. Because of how you was brought up in your upbringing and your train of thought.
That's right.
But you gotta acknowledge and say, well, you know what? I gotta change.
That's right.
I gotta be better. The only way to be better with God is to start putting the work in.
That's right.
Go ahead, read.
Shimei died, and all Israel gathered together to mourn him, and they buried him in his house at Ramah. And David arose and went down to the wilderness of Paran. And there was a man in Maoni whose possessions were in the Carmel, and that man was very wealthy. And he had
3,000 sheep,
and
1,000 goats, and he was sharing his sheep
in the Carmel.
in Carmel.
The name of that man was Nabal.
The name of that man was Nabal. The word Nabal, the name Nabal means churl, churlish or fool. You know what churl means? Impolite, a mean-spirited person. And that's how Nabal was.
Right.
And he showed that by the way he replied and how he railed on King David.
That's right.
Okay? Now, go ahead, read. Now, this man was rich. You know what that is? To have 3,000 sheep,
Oh yeah.
1,000 goats. That's money.
That's money.
That's money.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Now, the name of the man was Nabal, and the name of his wife Abigail. And she was a woman of good understanding and fair form.
Okay. It said now the name of the man was Nabal. And the name of his wife was Abigail.
That's right.
Abigail, right? And she was a woman of good understanding. Yes, we had a woman that was wise woman with good and excellent look, Tobat Sekel, right? Tobat Sekel. Tobat means good, pleasant, agreeable. A good woman is a pleasant woman. A pleasant woman, she agrees.
That's right.
This book explains the description of good man and of a good woman.
That's right.
What is good? Who does she agree with?
Right.
With her husband.
Okay,
That's right.
All right. Good means approved of.
Johnny.
She was approved of. Good also means morally righteous. Her morals was of righteousness. And how your morals can be of righteousness only when it's compared to what God says.
Right. That's right.
Only. Pleasant, agreeable, considerate. Considerate. If I am unconsiderate, I can't do the laws and the commandments of God.
That's right.
In order for me to fulfill these laws, I have to consider. And if I consider, I won't do things to offend you.
That's right. That's right.
I won't say things to offend you.
That's right.
Because we have to learn that when the tables turn, would you like it?
Okay,
Would you accept it?
Okay.
So if I don't accept it, why do we dish it out?
All
Okay,
right.
Johnny.
Why do we dish things out that we can't accept for ourselves?
That's right. Wicked.
Why do I steal from you
You don't like it.
and I don't want no one stealing from me? You don't consider.
That's right.
So if you don't like something be done to yourself, don't do it to people. That's
That's right.
righteousness.
That's right.
That's the law. That's righteousness. Okay? Now, the word sekel means prudence. Prudence. This woman had prudence. You know what prudence is? Prudence is the ability to govern and discipline yourself by the use of the reasoning of God. You use God's reasoning, not my own reasoning. My own reasoning has to be the reasoning of God. Because sometimes your own reasoning could lead you astray.
That's right.
Sometimes your own reasoning could be twisted and it's against
That's
what
right.
God says.
That's right.
So we got to be specific with the reasoning of the Creator.
Yeah.
All right? What is good sense? Good sense or sense is a discerning awareness. Abigail was aware of the trouble that was concerning
On point.
her husband.
That's right.
My wife has to be aware of me. That say, well, hey, listen, hubby. Let me go, hubby. Or maybe they say, babe.
Right.
Hey, babe. I don't think you should do that, babe, man, because you know, you're putting yourself through certain situations. Boom, boom, boom. Sometimes you get all distorted. But I'm gonna tell you, I get like that sometimes. A woman comes and says, Shaman, you can't realize it. Go inside. But I'm gonna think she's doing this on my well-being to make sure that I'm safe. So I gotta snap out of that crazy. No, I'm used to it, but I just get crazy sometimes. Crazy thinking pattern. And I gotta acknowledge that what she's telling me is only good for my betterment. And that's what Abigail, that's the sense, that's the awareness that the woman has to have concerning her husband. And as we read on, you'll see why. Okay, go ahead. It's a good understanding and what?
But the man was hard.
No, good understanding and of a beautiful countenance. Beautiful countenance. You know what a beautiful countenance is? Yafeh To'ad. Yafeh is beautiful.
That's right.
To'ad is a countenance. To'ad also means demeanor or expression. The way you look.
All right.
Don't look at me with a frown look. That's not a beautiful countenance.
That's right.
Why is your face distorted and looking like this? The mouth is this way and your eyes is this way. Whoa. That's not a beautiful countenance. You're going to push me away from you. Oh, man, I ain't never seen this side of you, sis. It's okay. You got it, sister. You got it. Going to make me back up. Wow, she got the claws out. All right, sis, you got it. You got it, sis. Demeanor, your outward behavior. You know what outward behavior is? You know what outward behavior, what is outward? Open. Your display in front of people. Okay? That's what your demeanor is. Outward behavior. It includes the way you stand. I see my mother tell my daughter, he said, hey, don't stand like that.
Don't sit like
Older woman know the manner that's young girls supposed to take. She said, don't stand like that. She said, something fall. She said, you just don't bend down
That's
and
right.
pick it up.
No.
Because your cardio,
That's
which
right.
is your butt, is in the air.
Up in here.
No. And then guess what? I'm a man.
You're looking.
I'm a look and turn. Because you're bent over.
Yeah, you're looking.
The proper way to pick something up in the street is to squat.
Okay.
Pick it up and you come up.
Don't be an attention getter.
You don't want to get attention of these
Attention
niggas.
seeker.
Because all these niggas want is one thing.
That's right.
That's it. There's a certain manner that a woman take and a manner that a man's supposed to take.
That's right. Right.
My father said, he said, man, he said, I used to do this. Go behind the dumpster, whip out the janka, and urinate.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I don't do that no more.
That's right.
Because that's not the manner
That's right.
and the behavior that's supposed to be becoming of me.
That's right.
He said, man, if I gotta pee that day, they believe me or not, man, I'm gonna pee on myself. Rather than pull my stuff out and go behind the counter or find a store. Because he's trying to uphold a certain way that is acceptable by God.
That's right.
You know, I seen a woman go behind the dumpster. I gotta pee. She went behind the dumpster, lifted up her frock. Her frock. Oh, Jamaicans know what frock is. Skirt. Frock. Lift up her frock, stuck and squat.
In between the cars, brother.
Spraying all over the
That's
place.
how they do it now.
That's not womanly, man. That's not nice.
They don't go behind
That ain't
them
good.
anymore.
That's right.
And some women ain't got a squat. Oh, I'm like, what you got there? She's standing up and peeing.
Right.
Hey, I gotta look at you twice now.
Mm-hmm.
No good.
That's right.
Now, it includes the way you stand, the way you talk, right? Your facial expressions. A good demeanor, you will conduct yourself in a certain way. And that goes for man and woman. That's all it is. All right? The time sheet. He said, but the man was churlish. Now, the word churlish, he said he was churlish and what? Evil in his doings. Okay? What is churlish? What is churlish? Churlish, the Hebrew word for churlish is quashe. Kuf shin hey. It means hard or difficult. Okay? Hard means what? Not easily penetrated. That's one of the definitions. When you're not easily penetrated, I can't talk to you. When you're not easily penetrated, I can't come to you and tell you and show you your wrongdoing that is against God. I got to leave you to yourself. Okay? There's no reasoning with that person. Lacking consideration. Most of the righteous men in the book had consideration. The kings had consideration. Moses had consideration. All these men that, even the woman had consideration. We went through this situation last week with Ruth. How Naomi said she was grieved. She was grieved for her daughter-in-law because her husband is dead. And she's telling her to go on back to her country. But the daughter refused to go back. She said, your God is my God. Your people is my people. Where you die, I'm going to die. And that's a woman that made her mind up to serve God.
Right.
That's a hell of a declaration.
Right.
That's a declaration that you can't force nobody to say. That person has to come to that conclusion of his or her own. If they didn't come to that conclusion yet, there is still doubts. They're still undecided. They're still fluctuating up and down.
And around.
And like I said, it takes time. Yeah, it takes time. It takes a lot of time. But you ain't going to decide by messing around and joking around and messing around with it. You got to put work in. Go ahead, Tom Sheet. Now, hold up. Not easily penetrated, lacking consideration, compassion, incorrigible. Incorrigible means incapable of being corrected.
Right.
You can't correct the person. Difficult means hard to deal with. Go ahead, read.
And he was of the house of Caleb. And that we heard in the wilderness that Nabal was shearing his sheep. And that we sent out 10 young men. And that we said to the young men, go up to the Carmel and go to Nabal and greet him in my name. And thus shall you say to him,
Uh-huh.
a hearty greeting, peace be both to thee, and peace be to thy house, and peace to all that thou hast.
Mm-hmm.
And now I have heard that thou hast shearers.
Now look at the ways. Look at this here. When you want something from someone, I gotta grant them peace. I come to them in a certain humble fashion or in a humble way that I can receive and get what I want. I can't come to them, oh yo, man, I need this and this amount, man. I need it, man. They gonna look at you like, what's your problem, man? No, you can't get it.
There's a way to do things.
There's a way to do things. The way you come at people and talk to people to get what you want.
That's right.
So he said, when you go, he said, make sure you grant this person peace and prosperity, right? Peace be both to thee, peace be to thy house, peace be unto all that thou hast. I can't grant you peace, but it ain't no peace with your son.
Right.
I can't grant you peace, and I don't like your wife.
All right.
That's right.
I can't grant you peace, but I hate your father and your mother.
Right. That's right.
If I'm granting you peace, everything that comes from you or that's connected with you, it must be peace with.
Right. Teach.
That's a holy and righteous way of thinking. Those type of thinkings is what God accepts. And when we think any other way besides that, you're despised in the eyes of God.
Yes, sir.
God hates you.
That's right.
Because we don't deal with the God that said he so loved the whole world that he gave up his only begotten son.
That's
No,
right.
we ain't dealing with that God.
Because he don't
That
love the world.
deity. He's not a God. He's a deity.
That's
He's
right.
an idol.
He's an idol. That's right.
Right?
Right.
We ain't dealing with that.
God don't love the world.
All right, let's go.
7.
Uh-huh.
And now I have heard that thou hast shearers. Now thy shepherds who were with us, we hurt them not. Neither was there anything of theirs missing, all the while they were in the compound.
He said, listen here, man. He said, I heard you out in the field sharing your sheep. He said, now we in the field with your shepherds. We didn't hurt them. We didn't offend them. He said, we was a wall to them. Because at this point in time, when you have sheep and shearers and oxen, and you got to be careful of the raiders.
That's right.
The raiders run through and start snatching things and taking things. So go ahead, read.
Ask thy young men, they will tell thee.
Uh-huh.
Therefore let the young man find favor in thine eyes.
Uh-huh.
For we come on a festive occasion. Give I praise to my servants and to Dawid thy son, whatever thy generosity prompts thee.
Uh-huh.
When Dawid's young men came, they spoke to Nabal according to all those words in the name of Dawid.
Uh-huh.
Read.
And cease. Read.
And Nabal answered Dawid's servants and said, who is David? And who is the son of Ishai?
Nabal went and answered the servant. He said, man, who is this David? He said, I don't know this dude. And who is the son of Jesse? Who is this guy? He said, what you talking about? Uh-huh.
There are many servants nowadays that break away every man from his
He
master.
said, man, there are a lot of servants that have escaped from their masters, man. You talking about this David. Go ahead, read.
Shall I then take my bread and my
Should I
water
take my bread and my water
and the fresh meat
and
that I
the
have
flesh
killed
that I have killed for my shearers
and give it to men
that I don't even know of? Read.
So David's young man turned away and went back and came and told him according to all these sayings.
Uh-huh.
And David said to his men, let every man gird his sword. And he girded every man his sword. And David also girded on his sword. And they went up after David about 400 men, and 200 remained with the baggage.
Uh-huh.
But one of the young men told Abigail, Nabal's wife, saying, behold, David sent messengers out of the wilderness to greet our master.
Uh-huh.
And
he railed on them. He said, listen here, man. What? All I did was ask for some bread, ask you, and I did all this good for you, and you can't give me what I'm asking for? So he saddled up 400 men of his men, and he about to move on Nabal and everything that's there. Everybody about to get moved on. Go ahead, read.
But the men were very good to us, and we were not insulted, nor did we miss anything.
Uh-huh. Now he said he railed on them. You know what railed is? To rail means to scream at, to spark on, to scream at. He didn't have to scream on them like that. He didn't.
Right.
There's a way you talk to people.
That's right.
There's a way you talk to people, man. And go ahead, read.
But the men were good to us.
Men was good to us.
And we were not insulted, nor did we miss anything. All the time we went about with them.
Read.
We were in the fields. They were a war to us both by night and while we were with them, keeping the sheep. And therefore know and consider what thou wilt do. For evil is determined against our master and against all his household. For he is such a base fellow that no man can speak to him.
Oh, he said this guy here is base. He said because nobody could speak to him. This is the way that we don't need to be. I can't talk to you. You can't be like that. You can't be like that. This is a way that's not acceptable by God. You got to be able for people to come to you and talk to you and say certain things without you getting all bent out of shape. You got to. Look, when I come up here, I speak about myself too. I jam myself. Everybody, there is nobody that is not exempt. There's nobody that's not exempt according to the law. The Lord touches every situation. And you can't lean on just one. A teacher leans on every situation, every subject that needs to be touched. Where the people is lacking at, you touch it.
That's right.
You touch it. You don't refrain from touching it because you're trying to get through this person and correct this person in the fear of God to better his or herself. That's why certain things is mentioned. I'm not throwing darts. I'm not throwing no arrows. Neither am I throwing no stones or shooting no, we are all guilty in here. We are all guilty. I'm not better than you. You ain't better than me. And I don't look at myself better than you. I'm guilty. It's nothing personal. We read the law. We hear the law. See where you're coming short at and correct it.
That's right.
That's it.
Quit crying.
Don't cry. Don't complain. How you talking about me? Man, why you said that? Man, go ahead with that, man.
That's right.
That's not what this is about.
That's right.
This is to better ourselves and to be better with God so that we can be more accepted and chosen by God. So God can look at you and say, wow, I see a lot of changes with you, man, woman, to where you was one way. And by constantly hearing.
That's right. Constant repetition.
Repetition.
That's right.
That's why this is something that needs to be heard over and over. Then and only then it will affect or have some time effect on your spirit by hearing it over. You hear it today. Next week you may not hear it, but you may hear it 2 weeks later. Oh, this right here, you may hear it again here. Because God, we need that. I need that. That's the only way to change. I got to be hearing this over and over. That's why God said, read it every day. God said, read it every day. We were commanded to read this law every day of our life. Before you start putting time in talk shows and gossip and all these crazy mentalities that you hear from people that's only going to detour you away from God. Because that's what these people talk about.
That's right.
Regular conversations that doesn't correlate with what God says. And all it's going to do is detour you and have you thinking the same way. And then once you start thinking the same way, then you start emulating it in your actions. You start mimicking it in your actions. Now we begin, that's the beginning of following after the customs and the ways and the traditions and practices of the heathens, of the people that God hates and despise. Let's go.
1 Samuel 25, verse 18. Then Abigail made haste and took 200 loaves and 2 bottles of wine, and 5 sheep ready prepared, and 5 measures of parched corn, and 100 clusters of raisins, and 200 cakes of figs, and laid them on asses. And she said to her servants, Go on before me.
Behold,
I'm coming after you.
But she told Nabal.
She didn't tell her husband Nabal. She didn't say nothing to her husband. I had time to tell him nothing. This guy is on his way here to commit mayhem.
That's right.
You got no time.
I gotta go stop him.
That's right.
Go ahead. And it was so.
As she rode on the ass, that she came down by the covert of the hill. Behold, David and his men came down against her, and she met them. Now David was saying, surely in vain have I guarded all that this fellow has in the wilderness.
He said, man, I guarded and protected everything that you had, and it was in vain. I shouldn't have never did it. Because all I did was ask for some food, and you denied me. You go ahead, read. We're gonna get to it.
So that nothing of his possessions was missing. And he has rendered me evil for good.
You rendered me evil. He had requited me. You have returned me evil for the good that I've done for you. And you know, people forget the good that people do for you. All they know is the evil.
Right.
But what about the good? What about what I've done for you that was good?
Yeah.
Can you? Like, I saw a movie, right?
Right.
She said, we can't just keep going through divorces. She said, you know what? You know what? It was a bunch of girls. She said, you know what we need to do? She said, you know what we need to do? It was a movie with Janet Jackson. I forgot the name of the movie. But right, part 2. Right. Part 2. So she said, you know what, guys? Janet Jackson came. She said, you know what? Get a paper and write out everything that's negative about him and then write out the positive. So they did it. And one of the girls went to her husband, to Johnny Perry. She said, you know what, husband? He said, I wrote this paper. So he's like, wait a minute. What paper? What are you talking about? He's on the story because he was ready to move on. She said, no. And I seen that you're a good. You should have been knew that. Why you have to write out paper and say, come on, man. Right. And that's how we got to do it. You can't keep getting divorces being a doorknob.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a laugh, man. You can't be a doorknob, man.
Don't get into
Every man get a turn.
Quick.
Yeah, right.
He did that. He did this.
Not only every man get a turn, or you be promiscuous, sleeping around with Lucille, this one, that. You gotta chill out, man. Because these are things that God don't like. He don't like when women and men become promiscuous, sleeping around all over the place. Go ahead, read.
So it will also do Elohim to the enemies of David, if I leave alive of all his people by the morning light, so much as a single man.
What verse you at?
23.
Go ahead.
When Abigail saw David, she hastened and descended from the ass and fell before David on the face.
Whoa. When Abigail saw David, she hasted, hurried up, came down off the ass, lighting off the ass, fell before David on her face and bowed herself to the ground. She prostrated herself before King David and showed respect. Right? Fell at his feet. And said what?
Upon me, my Lord, upon me let this iniquity be.
And
let thy handmaid, I pray thee, speak in thy ears, and hear the words of thy handmaid. Let not my Lord, I pray thee, take heed of this worthless fellow Nabal, for as his name is, so is he.
As his name is, so is he.
Nabal is his name, and folly is with him. But I, thy handmaid, did not see the young men of my Lord, the descent. And therefore, my Lord, as Elohim lives, and as thy soul lives, seeing Elohim has prevented thee from coming to shed blood and from avenging thyself with thy own hands.
See what God does for his saints? Even when you go to do something that is opposite and contrary and it ain't right, but because of my righteousness with God, he will stop you.
That's right.
He will stop you from doing such unlawful act. And that's what God did for King David. So now we got to ask ourselves, why did God allow me to go through with this? And it was unrighteous.
That's right.
And it wasn't right.
That's right.
Maybe the works of my hands is not up to par.
That's right.
I am not doing enough righteousness or enough laws for God to guide my foot
from doing things that is ungodly.
That's right.
He is allowing me to fall to things that is against and contrary. Okay, why did it come to your head?
That's right.
You know what? Well, you know what? I can't do this. If I do this, I am offending God.
All right.
That's what that it all boils down. That's what it boils down to.
That's right.
If you do this, would you be offending God? That's what counts.
That's right.
If I stay away from this, would I be offending God?
That's right.
Counsel yourself.
That's it.
You think yourself.
Go ahead.
Now let thy enemies and they that seek evil to my Lord be as Nabal.
What verse you at?
27.
Go ahead.
And now this blessing which thy handmaid has brought to my Lord, let it be given to the young men that follow my Lord. I pray thee, forgive the trespass of thy handmaid. Further, he will certainly make my Lord a sure house. Because
my Lord fighteth the battles of the Lord.
And evil has not been found in thee all thy days.
Uh-huh.
Though a man rises to pursue thee and to seek thy soul, yet the soul of my Lord shall be bound in the bond of life with Elohim thy El, and the souls of thy enemies, then shall he sling out as out of the hollow of a sling.
Uh-huh.
And it shall come to pass when Elohim shall have done to my Lord according to all the good that he has spoken concerning thee, shall have appointed thee ruler over Israel, that there shall not be a cause of stumbling to thee, nor offense of heart to my Lord. 31.
Uh-huh. He said that this shall be no grief, no stumbling block. Now, what is a stumbling block? It's a mikshol. Mikshol is a stumbling block, and it means to cause a person to fall into iniquity.
Yeah.
All right? God put certain thoughts in your head to see if you're going to fall and succumb yourself to these atrocious thoughts that is against God. God put certain situations before you to see if you're going to go through with it.
That's right.
Whether you go through with it and deny God, or you don't go through with it because of the commandments and the laws of God. And that's what life is about. It's all proving grounds. We're going through proving grounds. God is proving us to see whether we are going to be living or do his laws or not. Go ahead.
And this shall not be a cause of stumbling to thee, no offense of heart to my Lord, that thou hast shed blood causest me, or that my Lord has avenged himself. And Elohim shall deal well with my Lord, and thou shalt remember thy handmaid. Thou we said to Abigail, blessed be Elohim, El Israel, who has sent me this day to meet me. Blessed be thy discretion, and blessed be thou who has kept me this day from coming to shed blood, and from avenging myself with my own hand. For in very deed, as Elohim, El Israel lives, who has kept me back from hurting thee, if thou hadst not hastened and come to meet me, surely there had not been left in our bound by the morning light so much as a single man. So that we received of her hand that which she had brought him, and said to her, go up in peace to thy house. See, I have hearkened to thy voice, and have granted thy request. And Abigail came to Nabal, and behold, he held a feast in his house, like the feast of the king. Nabal's heart was merry within him, for he was very drunk. She told him nothing, not the less.
Exactly. Remember, this was a woman of good understanding. This ain't the time to tell this man this.
Right.
His heart is merry. He's feeling good. He's drunk. And now you want to come and tell him some bad news. You know what? I got to wait. This ain't the time to tell him that. And that also we need to realize and learn, when is it the time to do? When is it the time not to do? There's a certain way you can get your point across without acting out of context and getting all crazy. But when you get crazy, you're going to make this person get crazy. If you come peaceably with soft words, then you ain't got no choice to hear and sit and humble yourself and listen. But when you approach fire with fire,
Too much excitement, man.
Yeah, baby.
you can't approach fire with fire.
Too much electricity, man.
Because this is fire.
Too much.
This man here is nothing but fire. And when you
come with
approach,
fire,
it's already lit.
So I stay lit.
It stays lit.
I stay lit.
I stay on fire.
Yeah.
So you approach with fire, all you're gonna do is ignite it and flare up. You're gonna cause it to flare up because the fire is there. It's just dormant right now. It's
low.
See, I got fire in me, but it ain't flaring up. It flares up when you act out of context and get crazy. Now the fire flares up.
Don't play with me gas. And you give me gas.
That's what it is.
Don't play.
And that's why the Psalms, that's why Proverbs said, he said, a soft answer. A soft answer, turn it away wrath. And that's 1,000% correct. 1,000. That's man. That's correct, man. That's correct. Woman or a man come to another man nice and calm, respectfully. You ain't got no reason to get angry. You ain't got no reason but to flare up. You ain't flaring up. She came to you peaceably. Go ahead, read.
And so she told him nothing, less or more, until the morning light.
Until the morning light. Go ahead.
But it came to pass in the morning when the wine was gone out of Nabal, and his wife had told him these things, that his heart died within him.
His heart died.
And he became as a stone.
As a stone.
It came to pass about 10 days after that, Elohim smote Nabal, and he died.
Okay, cut that, and let's go to Job chapter 1. Let's go to Job chapter 1.
Job chapter 1.
This man was a Babylonian.
That's right.
A Babylonian. All right? Time sheet.
There was a man in the land of Uz whose name was Eo. And that man was perfect.
He was perfect. He was perfect with who? Perfect with who? With God. Go ahead.
And one who feared Elohim and turned away.
Perfect in what?
And upright.
And upright. What is now upright? It means to be an upright man, you have to have a conscience. An upright man has a conscience. What is a conscience? And when you have a conscience, you're going to start making amends with God. You're going to start making corrections with God. When you have a conscience, those are feelings of obligations to make right that which was done wrong. It's going to bug me. When I offend someone, I'm going to want to come to that person to make right. I'm going to want to come to the person to patch certain things up because I offended you. When you have people that can offend people and live on without touching that, like those are bad. I can't deal with people like that. I can't deal with people like that because they're never wrong. When they're wrong, they're right. And those people are not just. Those type of people can't live these laws, can't accomplish and fulfill these laws. All right? Moral rectitude are principles of right or wrong behavior, conforming to a standard of right or wrong behavior. What are your principles? Habitual devotions to right principles. What is habitual?
Constantly.
Habit is done constantly. That's how it becomes a habit.
Right.
By observing the Shabbat day and coming to a convocation, it will become a habit.
Yeah.
So now I will feel out of place and I'll feel strange staying home if I don't go.
That's right.
Because I've been living this and doing this all my life. This is all I know. This is what I've been doing. So I feel out of place not coming to teachers.
That's right.
Observing the Shabbat is not sitting home on a laptop watching no teachings.
That's right. No.
I leave that for the people that live in Utah.
Yeah. People live in Russia.
Leave that for the people that live in Russia.
Yeah.
Leave that for the people that can't congregate. Not able to congregate. Right. But if you're able to congregate and gather, nothing has an effect on your spirit when you're gathering on God's day, talking about holy and upright and righteous things.
That's right.
It has an effect on your spirit.
That's right.
One person said you're recharging your battery.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's like a recharge.
That's right.
You're recharging your battery
You know, once a week.
to go through
Go through the week.
these 6 days.
This.
That's right.
With your
Wait.
mind on this.
The laws and laws of God on your mind. This is something that I have to keep on my mind, because if it's not on my mind, I'm gonna violate
That's right.
Automatically.
automatically. That's why the first thing you do when you go to buy some type of fish or do anything, the first thing comes in your head is the law.
That's right. No.
Law comes
That's
first.
Yeah, law.
Nothing else comes after that. The laws of God comes
When you
first.
buy anything.
Anything.
Before I buy
When
anything.
you buy
Yeah,
anything.
the laws of God come first. That's right. Yeah.
Go ahead, read.
That's right.
And one who fed El Israel and turned away from evil.
He said, and one that feared God and eschewed evil. The word for eschewed evil means to turn away. He said he feared God and he turned away from doing the things that is unlawful. And that goes hand in hand. You're not going to turn away from evil if you don't have fear.
That's the category.
You need fear. And when you have fear, guess what happens? Fear is also an emotion.
Yes, it is.
All right? So before a person fears God, you're going to fear what people think first.
Go ahead, first.
I'm afraid of what my mother and my father think. So I don't tell them I don't celebrate Thanksgiving. So I don't tell them I don't celebrate Christmas. They call you and say, Merry Christmas, Yakanan. And you say, Merry Christmas, Mom. Merry Christmas, Dad. You don't tell Dad and Mom I don't celebrate Christmas.
All right.
Because what comes after that, you don't allow on that. You reply to them and say, Merry Christmas. Why? Because I'm afraid of how she or he is going to think about me or say about me.
And I never
So I
really-
don't go through that.
and I really didn't let it go.
I don't tell them, and I really didn't let it go.
I really didn't let
That's
it
the
go.
key right
That's
there.
it.
That's it.
When you have let something, like I gotta go back now.
Leave a room to go back.
You gotta let go of your past.
It's still in there.
Unless you
You gotta let go of your past in order to serve this God.
It's still in there.
And when you don't let go of your past, you can't do this.
That's right.
Because you're gonna fluctuate.
Right.
You're gonna fluctuate and you're gonna waver between opinions, and you're gonna halt in between opinions.
In and out.
In and out.
In and
Now
out.
I'm here, now I'm not.
Yeah.
Don't visit your parents during the time of Thanksgiving.
You go cat.
Don't plan trips to visit your parents on Thanksgiving.
no vacation.
During the times of Thanksgiving, during the times of Christmas, during these pagan times.
Holiday time.
Okay? Because I'm around it and I'm trying to pull away from it.
Right.
And if you're trying to pull away from
Right.
something, I can't be around it.
Okay.
You see that advice that woman give other women? Well, baby, in order to get rid of one love, you gotta get you another. That's what they tell us. Yeah,
So, makes sense.
it makes sense. In order for you to forget about this guy here, you gotta find you another man.
Or replace him.
You gotta replace
That's
him.
right.
Right. But right.
Wait.
That's right.
Makes
But I
sense.
said that to make an example.
Right, right.
You can't pull away from Thanksgiving and Christmas if I continue to be around it.
That's
Right,
right.
right,
Birthdays and that.
Okay?
Right.
Listen here.
That's right.
When you have look, this is heavy, man, because now I gotta put my feelings and my attachments aside for
right.
God.
Right away, man.
It even goes as deep as, let's say, as an example, my mother and father don't do these laws. And my mother and my father live in, let me see, Hawaii,
Across the coast.
across the coast. And my mother and my father happen to die, and they make the funeral or the arrangement to come out there
Shabbat.
on Shabbat
Oh no.
or close to Fridays.
Can't go.
But it's my mother. But it's my father. I gotta
The
go.
test.
I said, but what about God?
The test.
When you find out certain things like that, make sure you call quick.
That's right.
Hey, Lucille.
Make sure.
Hey, listen here. Yeah, Dad just died. Mom just died. But listen to me. Listen clearly, Lucille.
Make sure.
Don't set up no funeral or none of that stuff on Saturday
That's right.
Y'all know I don't.
or on Friday. You know why? Because I live one way. I observe the Sabbath. And guess what? I gotta be back before the sun drop
That's right.
on Friday.
That's right.
Because I observe the Sabbath and I'm not gonna be caught traveling with luxuries and suitcases. I'm not doing that.
That's right.
So make sure you set this thing up, I guess, on a Sunday,
That's right.
early in the week.
Yeah, you're-
So that Saturday, when the Sabbath is over, Saturday night, I could drive to the airport, get on the plane, and I'll be over there by Saturday night or Sunday or whatever time of day. And I have a whole week and I have some days to spend with you guys. But come Thursday, Friday,
Come on.
I gotta get back on the train.
That's right.
I gotta get back on that plane
Regardless of what.
because I have to congregate and I have to observe the Sabbath day.
That's how important it
And
is.
that comes from dedication.
That's right.
That comes from
Don't
dedication.
expect for them to understand it either.
They're not gonna understand it.
Don't expect for them
They're
to
gonna get
accept it.
angry and they're gonna get pissed
They're gonna
and
be
angry at
upset.
you. But hey,
That's what it
this
is.
is my
That's
life.
the sacrifice.
People want to control your life. People, and that's the sacrifice you gotta make for God. But
That's
people
right. That's the
wants to
sacrifice.
control your life
Yeah, man.
Right.
Yeah.
and tell you why you do. Well, why you doing the things you doing?
It wasn't a problem till
I
started
ain't
this
asking you
out.
that.
Wasn't a problem till I start doing this. Till I say I don't do this.
Be
no more.
careful because certain situations gonna pop up. Things is gonna
It's
happen.
going to happen.
It's going to
Oh,
happen.
yeah.
Be prepared.
Be prepared.
Teach,
Right.
teach.
Be
boy.
prepared.
I've been there.
Because guess what? I'm only moving
I
one
need
way.
that. That's right.
I'm only moving one way. And this way that I'm moving is accepted by God
That's
only.
right.
That's right.
People is not going to accept it.
Away
Your
with that.
family is not going to accept
Do
it.
not expect.
Your brother and sisters is not going to accept it and don't expect them to.
That's
You
right.
have to accept.
You got to accept it. And you have to make these people accept your walk of life.
That's right.
My
They
decision.
gotta accept that. They gotta respect
They
that.
have to respect that.
That's right.
And
That's
if they
right.
respect it, they will do it on a different day,
Right.
not on Saturday.
And the woman called me
Do it on
on the day. The
purpose.
woman called me on Shabbat.
People do that on purpose.
Come with us.
So
Bullshit.
it said, before a person fear God, you're gonna fear what people think about you
Uh-huh.
when you start serving God, and that causes people not to make changes with themselves.
Holds them back.
It holds them back, right? Now, another thing, if I'm not afraid that I won't make the right decisions,
Right.
you gotta have fear
That's right.
Yeah.
in order to make
You
the
gonna make the right
correct
decision.
decisions according to what
You gotta
God
make the wise
says.
decision.
Is right? If I'm not afraid, if I am afraid, I will be aware of offending my parents.
That's right.
Uh-oh.
That's why
Aware.
God said, fear your parents.
Aware.
That's right.
God said, fear them. Yeah, God said, fear them.
That's right.
Fear them as much as not to offend
You
them.
bark at them.
You don't want the
Fear them as far as not to offend them.
You bark at your parents.
No, you can't bark at your parents. Absolutely not. I can't yell at my parents. I can't yell at my parents. Absolutely not.
It's not in me.
That's right.
That's not even
You gotta hold your composure when you're dealing with these people.
Swallow your pride. Swallow that pride.
Swallow that pride.
Swallow that pride.
That's why-
sometimes.
Throw that demon inside of you.
Learn to swallow.
That's right.
Yeah.
Where we at? Some street.
Yeah, that's right.
And there were born to him 7 sons and 3 daughters. His possessions also were 7,000 sheep, 3,000 camels,
7,000 sheep.
A lot of bread.
7,000 sheep.
Today, one sheep costs over $1,000.
Oh my gosh.
Or more.
That's a lot of sheep, man.
One
7,000? Go ahead.
3,000 camels,
Mm.
500 yoke of oxen,
Mm-hmm.
and 500 she-asses,
Uh-huh.
and very many servants. So that this man was the greatest of all the men of these.
Uh-huh.
His the sons used to go and feast in the house of each one on his day. And they used to send
Their
them
sons used to feast at each and every one of their houses on what?
Each day.
On each day.
That's right.
Are we aware of what that is?
Oh, yeah.
On each day?
Cumpleaños.
Sí,
On
claro.
each day?
Birthday.
What is my day?
Claro.
On my day
It's
is
your
what?
birthday.
My day of my
He said, it's your day,
it's my
man.
birthday.
Cumpleaños. Sí, claro, claro, tío, sí.
The highest form or way in witchcraft, the highest religion
Yes, please
That's
say
number
it,
one.
say it.
in witchcraft,
Number one
say it.
holiday.
number one holiday in witchcraft
Say it.
is observing the days of one birth. You mess it up like that. Okay? Observing the day of one's birth. Why? Because it is a day of self-esteem,
That's right.
where you esteem yourself and venerate
A lot of
yourself.
pride.
A lot of pride
Yeah,
what?
I'm the man.
over everything.
Over everything.
Happy birthday! All right? Tamshi?
So that this man was the greatest of all the men of the East. And his sons used to go and feast each one.
Verse 6. Now there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan came also among them. We had people that have said that there is no Satan.
Right, that's not true.
That's not true. Because you're saying that what you read here is a lie.
You got that, you got evil spirit.
There is an evil entity that's out there,
Yeah.
and his job is to turn you away from God.
Every day.
Every day that
Every
you live
second
on
of
this,
the day.
every
You don't
second
sleep
of the
on that.
day,
You
That's
don't
his
sleep on
objective.
that.
that's their
You
job
don't
and that's
sleep.
their objective, to turn you away from God.
Oh, you gonna serve God?
That's not what the Most High objective is.
No.
He ain't gonna do nothing to turn. He gonna give you and feed you according to the lust of your own heart.
That's right.
He feeds you and increase your desires because this is what you want. He said, okay, you want that? I'm gonna feed it to you. But the adversary's job, this entity called Satan or Shaitan, his job is to turn you away from God. Shaitan means the adversary, to contend with, oppose, or to resist. Oppose means to be opposite. To resist means to withstand the forces, to accuse, to charge with a fault. The adversary don't force you to do nothing.
No, he just suggests.
The one thing that he does is put this idea in your head.
That's right. That's it. Now leave it there.
He formulates ideas and opinions in your head,
That's right.
and then you start voicing it.
That's right.
Healing ideas.
You start voicing it.
Yeah.
You start talking it and saying things to me, and you like, man, where these thoughts come from?
Wake up now.
Where these thoughts and where these ideas come from? But it's because you have a breach and an opening in your spirit.
That's right.
Because it said what? What God told Cain?
I don't know.
He said, iniquity lying at the door.
Right.
To
Yeah.
you shall be his desire.
Right.
At what door? Not
Your
the
mind,
door,
your mind,
not the
your mind,
actual door,
your
but the
mind.
doors of your mind. It's going to come to your mind. He
Right.
said, sin lying at the door. And
Right
unto
there.
thee shall it be a desire. It's
Yeah,
going to
right-
desire you.
Right there
He
waiting.
said, but thou shalt rule over it.
That's right.
there waiting.
He says right there. He said, but rule over it, man.
Run that, man.
Rule it.
Don't let it rule you.
Don't allow it to rule you,
You
because
rule
we
it.
already know the things to be lawful and right by God.
You can rule it.
You can rule it and
That's
say, well,
right.
you know what? These are not holy and righteous thoughts.
That's right.
That's right.
Be strong and of a good courage.
That's
These
right.
are not holy and righteous thoughts.
That's right.
You know what? You know what? Man, I shouldn't be thinking that way.
Uh-huh.
I shouldn't have thought this way
Rejected.
because it's not right by God. You
Rejected.
know what? Just forget about it. You know what? I'm going to look up and say, man, good man. Or
Wow.
good woman. Good girl.
I ain't never did that.
That's right.
It's changing.
Go ahead.
So,
Uh-huh.
Elohim said to the adversary, from where dost thou come? Then the adversary
God asked Satan, he said, where you coming from? He said the sons of God presented themselves before the Most High. The sons of God was angels, man. They went and did roll call. You know, there's a certain time when the angels of God present themselves before the Creator.
That's right.
When Jacob was wrestling the angel.
That's right.
Right? Angels have powers where they can come down in the form of man.
That's right.
And that's what proved Genesis 6. What makes you think that angels can't come down in the form of man?
Oh, yeah.
If they ain't do it with Jacob. All right, one of God's angels came down in the form of man, and Jacob wrestled with this angel.
Right.
And he had the angel in the lock where he can't get out of.
Submission.
But guess what? He said, the angel told Jacob, he said, let me go. He said, the dawn break it. In the Hebrew, it says, shakarit. Shakarit. In my shakarit in the Erev, the evening, there are two appointed offerings that go up in the morning and at the end of the day.
Every day.
Every day.
That's right.
All right? And there are two appointed offerings that go up. And when he put that lock on the angel told Jacob, he said, let me go. The shakarit, the day break it. I got to report back to God.
That's right.
There's certain times when the heavens is open for offerings and sacrifices and prayers and acceptance. He didn't let him go. So the angel did wondrously and touched the inside, dislocated his thigh. He ain't had no choice but to let him go. At that point in time, the angel changed his name.
That's right. To Israel.
From Jacob
To Israel.
to Israel.
That's right.
And that's why you have the Israelites.
That's right.
The sons of Israel. So if the angel could have done that and wrestled with Jacob, what makes you think the evil angels couldn't come down and go into the daughters of men? And people say it's not true. People say it ain't true. But it's possible. Angels can come down in the form of men. And it's proven fact. Angels came down in the form of man and spoke with Manoah's wife and instructed her that she was going to have a son named Samson, a Nazarite.
That's right.
You know how many times angels came down in the form of man?
Many times.
With Lot, with Sodom and Gomorrah.
Many times.
But people say, oh, it ain't right. No, that's not true. That's Christian. That's a Christian way of thinking.
You
Christian.
You're a Christian.
You have a Christian mind. You have a Christian mind. That's why those type of angels were evil angels.
That's right.
The right angels that came to instruct, they not gonna go into no woman. Because when you go into woman, guess what happened after they did that? They wasn't able to go back. God sealed it. Sealed it.
Consecrated yourselves.
Because you done made yourself unclean.
Abomination.
That wasn't your job. That's for mortal man to have cohabitate with wife, woman, and have children. And that's why you have Nephilim. Nephilim also means giants. Nephilim means the fallen ones. They fell from the grace of God and they wasn't accepted back into the heavenly realm.
That's correct.
So God sealed them.
Got them stabbed.
But people don't believe that. And they say, I'm just talking off the side of my face. Off the side, okay, go ahead.
All right.
You gotta believe it.
You all right? When you see one of them,
Go ahead.
Then the adversary answered Elohim and said, from going to and fro.
From going to and fro on the earth.
And from walking up,
And from walking up and down in it.
Said to the adversary,
What did God say to Satan?
Hast thou considered my servant?
Hast thou considered my servant Job? The word for consider is samta. Samta means have you evaluated him? Right? Esteem or general worth, value, degree of excellence, stages of excellence. You just don't become 100% right away. There are steps and stages in becoming good and great with God. Just like there's steps and stages in being wicked and evil.
That's right.
Some people look and say, man, this guy done wicked. He's a wicked dude, but he ain't do as wicked as this dude did. Yeah, they both righteous, but he excelled in righteousness more than him.
Yeah.
You can excel in wickedness and you can excel in righteousness. There's steps and stages and degrees in those things. Tom Shee.
As I consider my servant Eo, that there is no like him on earth.
He said, there's none like this guy on the earth.
A
perfect and an upright man.
One who fears Elohim.
One that fears God and turns aside from evil.
Then the adversary answered Elohim and said, does Eo fear Elohim the Lord?
Now the adversary turned to God and said, do you think Job fears you for nothing? It's the reason why Job is fearing you. Go ahead.
Hast thou not made a hedge about
A hedge is a boundary.
That's right.
Of protection.
Yeah.
Of protection around everything. Of protection from Job. See, when you have gained full protection from God, everything that comes from me is protected. My house is protected. My wife is protected. My children is protected. My cattle is protected. Everything that is in my authority or my possession is protected. So that's another way that a man can look at himself and say, well, I need to be more righteous and step up in these laws more so because this is not supposed to happen to my wife.
Right. That's how you talk.
This ain't supposed to happen to my wife.
That's how you talk.
Why did God allow this to happen to my wife?
That's right.
He's supposed to protect her.
That's right.
Why? Because of my righteousness. I need to step up more.
That's right.
Why did God allow this to happen to my children? He's supposed to protect my children because of my righteousness. I need to step up more.
Yeah.
That's the God we're dealing with.
They don't ask themselves that question.
That's right.
They point the finger.
That's right.
Oh, you're
That's right.
You know that you.
That's right. And that's the mentality. That's where I'm going. Something happened in my house, and it happened with my woman. So I said, man, you know what, man? That's not supposed to happen. They ain't supposed to happen. I got to check myself. Why didn't God protect her from this and did this? I need to step up and do more law so that God protect everything that comes, that's with me, and that's in my house, and that's with me. Go ahead, read.
10. Hast thou not made a hedge about him and about
A hedge is a boundary, a protection, Tom Shee.
And about all that he has on every side?
Uh-huh.
Thou hast blessed the work of his hands.
You say you blessed the work of his hands,
And
his substance has increased.
But thou put forth thy hand and touch all that he has. He will curse thee to thy
The saying said, man, if you touch everything that he had, I bet you we curse you to your face. I bet you we curse you to your face. Go ahead, read. Uh-huh. Read.
And Elohim said to the adversary, behold, all that he has is in thy power. Only upon him do not put forth thy hand.
Uh-huh.
So the adversary went out from the presence of Elohim.
You see what God told me? He said, listen, all right. He said, you think it's a game. You think Job fears me for nothing.
That's right.
You really think that? He said, okay, touch his belongings, and I bet you he ain't going to curse me to my face.
That's right.
Open it up. Told him, go ahead. He said, but don't touch his life.
That's right.
Because he would have killed him.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Oh, he would have put him, he would have did him dirty. He would have killed him. But God, even the adversary, even Satan got to hearken to God. Nothing happens without God allowing it. Nothing happens without God allowing it. Whatever happened, good or bad, is because you called it to yourself.
That's right.
I done called it to myself by the works of my own hand.
That's right.
And God allowed it. Tom Shee.
And Elohim said to the adversary, behold, all that he has is in thy power. Only upon himself do not put forth thy hand.
Tom Shee.
So the adversary went out from the presence of Israel. But there was a day when his sons and his daughters were eating and drinking wine in their eldest brother's house. And there came a messenger to Eo and said,
the oxen was plowing, and the asses feeding beside them,
and the men of Sheba
and the Sabians fell upon them, and took them away.
And slew the servants.
They slew their servants with the edge of the sword.
And I only
And always make sure for one they escape and tell the story.
Right.
Go ahead.
And I only am escaped alone to tell thee.
While
he was yet speaking, there
also came another and said,
the fire of Israel has fallen.
Fire from God fell from heaven.
And has
burned up the sheep and the servants. All his sheep, all his cattle, his camels. God still
Say it.
Satan.
Say it.
Satan. God gave him leeway. He said, go ahead. He said, but don't touch his life. So the adversary is what caused the fire from heaven to come down and burn up his whole substance. God allowed it. It wasn't because Job was evil. Job wasn't evil. He was righteous. But it was a test of faith. It was a test to see if you was going to turn away from God. And you know how many people failed that test? People go through certain things and turn away from God. And say, you know, I ain't done this no more, whatever, to disagree with God, go against God. You failed that test, man. Go ahead, read.
And I only am escaped alone to tell you. While he was yet speaking, there came also another and said, the Casdim formed 3 bands and fell upon the camels and have carried them away and have slain the servants with the edge of the sword. And I only am escaped alone to tell you. While he was yet speaking, there came also another and said, Thy sons and thy daughters
were eating and drinking wine in their eldest brother's house. There came a great wind. You know that great wind? Tornado. A tornado. Knocked the wall. Go ahead, read.
And there came a great wind from across the wilderness and smote the 4 corners of the house. And it fell upon the young men, and they are dead. And I only am alone and escaped alone to tell.
Tornado, no joke, man. A tornado will pick a car up. Tornado will pick a car up, man. Trucks. Uproot a tree. That ain't no joke. And I seen it on the news where they show the wind and things is in the inside that tornado. Man,
cars,
yeah, man, it ain't no joke,
the kitchen
man.
sink,
all that. It's the power of God. He said God was in that tornado, was in that wind, man.
He's in the cyclone.
He's in everything. Go ahead.
Then
Job arose. He ripped his mantle. Shaved his head.
Fell down
upon the ground.
Prostrated himself and said, Naked I came out of my mother's womb, and naked I shall return.
All right.
Elohim gave, and Elohim has taken away.
Now people get this all misconstrued, man. Now he say he did that in the sign of mourning.
Yeah.
When he shaved his head.
That's right.
But we ain't have no bald heads in Israel, man.
No Caesar, nothing.
We didn't have bald heads in Israel. When it said to round the corners, to round was a Hamitic custom. And you can only round the corners of a person's head when they're babies.
Right.
You get a baby, the baby is growing up. I put certain gadgets around the child's head to shape his head in the form that I want it to be. Now, round means takwipu in Hebrew. Takwipu, the root word is kwipa, means to skim off. You should not skim off a side section like a curl, which is payout, right, of your head. Right? With no tashkit, you should not mar or corrupt the side section, lock, or curl of your beard. Zikwaneka is your beard.
People wicked, man.
When in 2 Samuel chapter 19, it says he didn't trim his beard. In the Hebrew, it don't say beard. It says he didn't trim his mustache. They didn't trim their beard. They didn't mess with their beard. They didn't cut no hair on their head. When it says Absalom pulled his head once a year, to pull means to shorten.
Just to shorten
the length. Once you have a certain amount of length, I could take a scissors and shorten the length to the length I want.
That's right.
I could do that. And he did that once a year. You can't bald it.
You can't cut it the way you see the scalp.
No seasons. Go ahead.
Caesar.
That's right.
Go ahead, Tamshi.
In all this, Eob transgressed not.
In all this, Job didn't transgress.
Nor did he lay reproach on Israel. And again, there was a day when the sons of Israel came to present themselves before Elohim, and the adversary came also.
Again, the angels of God presenting themselves before the Most High, and Satan pops up. The adversary pops up. Once again, people say, oh, that's a metaphor. There is no Satan. There ain't no such thing as Satan. He said, God doing all things.
He said, it's an idea.
He said, what are you talking about, man? So this is a metaphor?
Metaphor, huh?
This is a metaphor. What this is?
So this don't, yeah.
Uh-huh.
This is fake, man.
And Elohim and the adversary came also among them to present himself before Israel. And Elohim said to the adversary, from where dost thou
So where you coming from, man?
And the adversary answered Israel and said,
From going to and fro on the earth, from walking up and down in it. He said, the Lord said unto Satan, hast thou considered my servant Job?
There is none like him on the earth. A
Uh-huh.
perfect and an upright man, one that fears
A
Israel,
perfect and upright man, one that feared God and turned away from evil. And still he holds fast his integrity. What is his integrity? His integrity is his innocence with God.
That's right.
His integrity is his innocence, being free from guilt or iniquity through being unacquainted with evil.
Right.
Lack of worldly experience. All right? And
Ooh, boy.
that's what Adam and Eve was. That's what they was lacking. They lacked they was innocent. They was free from guilt, free from sin. They were innocent. They didn't know evil. They was lacking in worldly experience. Right. God gave them a command, told them what to do, what not to, worldly experience. Right? And God gave them a choice. The worldly experience, it doesn't correlate with what you read here.
No, you're not going to find that in there. You're not going to find worldly experience in there.
The worldly experience is how you think and how you look at a situation, but it ain't how God look at it.
All right.
That's the worldly experience, how the world thinks.
Yeah.
That's a job. I don't want to think like the world.
That's right.
I don't want to think and move like everybody else. I want to think and move according to the way God tells me how to think and move so I can be accepted by him.
That's right.
Go ahead, read.
Not bad.
He holds fast his integrity, although thou movest me against him to destroy him without cause. He said, man, he said, you see how Job is holding his innocence? He said, even though you moved me against him, you made me do this for no reason, without cause, because you trying to get the man to sin, right? Go ahead.
And the adversary answered Israel and said,
He said, skin for skin.
for all that a man has will give his life.
All the man had, he'll give his life. So if you touch his skin and make him sick, he said, I bet you he turned. I bet you he hit you. So, but put forth thy hand now and touch his bone and his flesh, and he will curse thee to thy face. And the Lord said unto Satan, behold, he is in thy hand, but save his life. He said, so
he went forth from the presence of Elohim and smote the yoke with vile swords. From his foot to the crown of his crown. And he took him a potsherd with which to scrape himself. And sat down among the ashes. Then his wife said to him, dost thou still retain thy integrity?
He said, dost thou still retain thine integrity? You still holding your innocence with God? He said, curse God and die.
That's what the wife told you.
In the Hebrew word, it don't say curse, it says barek. I don't know Hebrew to mean barek means curse and blessing. Qualel means to curse, and barek means to bless. He said, bless God and just die. Give up.
Bless God and give up. That's what
right? Bless God and just give up.
Yeah.
Look what he told her. But he said unto her, thou speakest as one of the foolish women speaking. He said, you speaking like she's regular woman. Regular woman with the same mentality. He said, you speaking like them now.
Yeah.
You sound like them now.
Yeah.
He said, shall we receive good? Listen to this. This is a key.
Oh, boy.
Let's read that.
What? Shall we receive good at the hand of Israel? Shall we not receive evil?
Which means it comes both. We in Job chapter 2, verse 10. The book said, he said, shall we receive good from God and not receive evil?
All right.
Which means
Good
there's
and evil.
good and evil comes from God. And these are things that's gonna that you're gonna come across in life.
That's right.
Some days it's gonna be good.
Beautiful.
And then sometimes
It's gonna
you're
turn up on you.
gonna go through it. And then you ask yourself, I don't know why I'm going through this. Don't do that. Don't ask yourself why you're going through this or why this is happening. God put you through certain things to test your faith, to test your patience, to test your endurance, to test your diligence. So I gotta go through this little hardship here. You gotta go through that. Stop crying.
Right.
Go ahead, read.
Buckle your waist up.
In all this, Eob did not transgress. Now when Eob's 3 friends heard of all this evil that was come upon him, they came every one from his own place. Eliphaz the Temanite,
Eliphaz the Temanite,
and
Bildad the Shuhite, and Zophar the Naamathite, for they had made an appointment together to come to mourn with him and to comfort him. Those are my friends.
Right.
I'm going through it. My friends came around me to mourn with me. They're going to go through the same situation that I'm going through.
That's right.
Those are friends.
That's right.
Tom, see?
And when they lifted up their eyes afar off and knew him not, they lifted up their voice and wept.
They couldn't even acknowledge him. They couldn't even acknowledge him. Let's go to Ecclesiasticus in the Apocrypha. It's not in the Bible. So whoever has an Apocrypha, go to the Apocrypha. Whoever don't, just listen.
Roll up, Johnny.
We're going to go to the Ecclesiasticus chapter 2. Ecclesiasticus chapter 2. Right? And it says, he said, my son, if thou come to serve the Lord, prepare thy soul for temptation. I got to get ready and prepare myself to be tempted because the temptation that's coming to me is to detour me and push me away from God.
Right.
So now I gotta be careful of the thoughts and the things that come to my head. When thoughts come to you and tell you, well, you shouldn't go back there, or I shouldn't be doing this, or I shouldn't be doing the other, or I shouldn't be. All the thoughts and the temptation that comes to your mind is going to be opposite and contrary to God.
That's right.
That's how you know it's an idea, and this idea that's formulated in the mind to detour you.
Right idea.
All right, go ahead.
Right idea.
My son, thou come to serve.
Verse 2, set thy heart aright. Set thy heart aright means to make your mind up.
That's right.
Make your mind up.
That's right.
A lot of our minds ain't made up.
Say it again, son.
A lot of our minds ain't made up. And again, like I said it before, to make your mind up with God, it takes time. It takes time. Look, you got people that was born in the way, and they might not made up.
Right.
That's true.
Because in order for your mind to be made up to serve this God, it takes rigorous restrictions.
That's right.
Rigorous restrictions.
That's right.
Which means,
Inside and out.
look, self-discipline,
Inside and out.
inside and
Inside
out.
and out.
That's right.
That's the greatest fight.
Gotta make your mind up, man, because when your mind ain't made up, you fluctuate.
That's right.
And you ride the fence, and you jump back and
Like a
forth, and
tumbleweed.
back and forth, and
Like a
back and
tumbleweed.
forth. 1 minute I'm here, next 2 weeks, I ain't here no more.
That's right.
Then the third week I'm coming back. I'm here. You know, I feel like coming. So basically, you're just doing this according to how you feel.
Right.
I come today. Hey, you know what? You know what, brother Obadiah? I don't feel like coming. I just want to relax, you know? And those are thoughts and feelings that I gotta fight.
That's right. Fight yourself.
You gotta fight it. You know those feelings don't come to me no more.
I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah.
Because it comes a time, those feelings gonna come to you.
Yeah.
But the The adversary know I can't get him that
Can't
bad.
penetrate.
That's right. You gotta come better than
The devil know what he can get you and
Because you
trap you
leveled
with.
up.
right.
You leveled
He
up.
ain't know your weakness.
He knows your weakness.
That's right.
He ain't gonna put in my mind and stir up feelings in my head to tell me not to congregate.
No, you know you gonna do it.
Because he already know I can't get him like that.
That's right. You can't get
Why
it
you
like that.
look, he know that.
He always
So he ain't gonna put that in my head. He only put things in your head that
He
he know he can
know.
trap you
know
with.
he can
Things that you like and love. Like being
Because
around.
that's the reason why
Yeah.
certain things, when I'm dealing with, and every man and woman knows their weakness.
That's right.
And he knows.
So certain things I stay away from.
That's right.
That's correct.
Oh yeah. Certain things I stay away from.
Hey, Lucille.
Because I know I'm going to trap myself.
That's
Don't
right.
get him, Lucille.
I know I'm going to trap myself. I know that. Go ahead.
Set thy heart right, constantly endure.
Set that heart right and constantly endure. Endure is endurance, stamina.
Hold
Stamina
it,
and
hold
endurance
it.
meaning to hold
Take
your
that
integrity
pressure.
and hold yourself
That's right.
to a certain accord or a certain path that you're in, that you're walking in.
That's right.
Hold yourself, man. Don't slide off.
That's right.
Hold that
I
ride.
don't live that way.
Hold that rhythm. You see?
Stay on
Hold
track.
that
Stay
rhythm.
on track.
That's
Stay
it.
on
Stand
track.
on pace.
Tom Sheet, hold that pace, read.
And make not haste in time of trouble.
Make not haste in the trial of trouble. Tom Sheet.
Cleave unto him and depart not away.
Cleave unto him. To cleave means to be attached. Cleave unto God. Be attached to God. Go ahead, read.
That thou mayest be increased at that last end.
To cleave unto him and depart not away.
Don't turn away.
Don't turn away.
Don't turn your back.
If I cleave to God or I have any type of attachments to God, I'm not going to depart.
Right.
Right.
Horse, not the fence.
I'm not going to depart.
Right.
Right.
Then that's where Job was attached to God. Therefore, he was able to turn away from evil.
Right.
He was able to turn away from evil, from that which was evil. Tom Sheet.
Whatsoever is brought upon thee, take cheerfully.
Whatsoever is brought upon thee, take cheerfully.
Man up.
Acknowledge that this happened because somewhere down the line I came up short with God.
It's deserved. It's deserved.
That's right.
Somewhere down the line I came up short with God. You know, people can't acknowledge that. He said, well, you know what? This is not supposed to happen. Why did this happen? I can't believe this is happening to me. Stop getting all emotion and crazy and distorted out your mind and acknowledge the one thing or why it's really happening.
Wicked.
Because I'm coming up short with God.
That's right.
Because I'm coming up short with God and I done did something to anger God. So he threw a little wrench in this here and messed up that.
What story is this?
He didn't mess it up 100% because there's still a way to retrieve it or to receive it. It's not like I can't get it.
Right.
He just put a little confusion in there. Just put a little bit there so you can consider your ways. Consider myself and get better with God. That's it. Come see.
Be patient when thou art changed to a lower
Be
state.
patient when you're changed into a lower state.
That's right.
When you're looking around, looking for jobs and you ain't got no job, no money coming in, he said, be patient.
Just be cool.
Don't get desperate
That's right.
and start doing things to offend God to get money.
Right.
Don't start doing things, getting desperate
speaking the
to
purpose.
get money and you offending God while you're doing it.
Aiming and plotting.
Tom
Track
Sheet.
yourself.
For gold is tried in the fire. And
For gold is tried in the fire. And knowing the test that this is pure gold, they tried it in that fire. The same thing, go ahead, read.
an acceptable man in presence of adversity.
And the acceptable man. God don't try and prove everybody. In order, now check it out now. Which means that you can be accepted by God and still be at fault.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right. That's right.
You can still sin and God can still choose you and accept you. You see what he said? Acceptable man is tried in the furnace of adversity.
Still tested. Acceptable.
Because God knows the reins in the heart of man.
That's right.
And he knows your determination to serve him.
That's right.
Not to say that I don't sin because there's no man that sinneth not.
That's right.
We all sin, but I can still be perfect.
That's right.
I can still be accepted by God.
That's right.
And that's why God tries you. because you're accepted. So he tried you. He tried those that are accepted by God.
That's right.
Go ahead, read.
Believe in him, and he will help you.
Believe in him and what?
And he will help you.
Order
thy way right and trust
him. Believe in him and he will help thee. Order thy way right and trust in him. How do you order your ways right with God? Clean your ways up, amend your ways, change your ways.
Change.
Right thing.
Change.
Right thing.
The ways of God is all through the book.
That's right.
One of the ways of God is, if I'm cool with you, I can't despise your son. I can't despise and hate your daughter.
You can't hate my brother.
I can't despise and hate your brother. I can't despise nothing that comes from you because me and you is cool.
That's right.
Those are the ways of God.
Oh.
That's the ways of God.
That's right.
Tamshi.
Order thy way right and trust in him.
Order thy way right and trust in him.
Ye that fear Elohim, wait for his mercy.
Ye that fear God, wait for his mercy.
And go not aside, lest you fall. Ye that fear El Israel,
Believe in him.
Your reward shall not fail.
But you're not going to believe in God if you don't fear.
That's right.
Belief just don't trigger automatically like that. This takes works and work and work after years and years and years and years of putting in work. Because nowadays, people want proof.
Yeah.
Prove to me that this is God and proof and
want
want this. So yeah, God knew the type of people that I'm going to be dealing with. So he saved and shows proof where scientists and archaeologists have discovered certain things.
They find evidence.
One archaeologist said they found the cave of Machpelah.
Yeah.
And the cave of Machpelah was where Abraham, Sarah, Isaac, Rebecca, Jacob, and Leah was buried. And it was chained up. So the archaeologists came up on the Science Channel.
Yeah.
They're viewing it.
And it's deep down.
It's deep down. It's like a mausoleum.
Yeah.
So he came, opened the lock, have light, and he's going down. Man, he said he got down one,
Three of them, right?
I think one or two flights.
That one was two.
Yeah. He got down one or two flights and he stopped. He said he came back up. He said, man, I ain't going down there no more, man.
He said something down.
He said, it's something down there.
Nobody could go back there.
They went back up, locked it, and stayed out of there.
He heard
sounds, footsteps, walking.
They guarding the bodies.
That's Brown and them guys down there.
Brown.
Guarding the bodies. Those are angels.
That's right.
Another archaeologist, they showed the body of Lot's wife in a pillar of salt over a highway held up in chains.
Yeah.
It's proof, man.
Yeah.
It's proof. Another archaeologist came and said that there was a numerous amount of sulfur on the range of Mount Sinai. He said it seems like it's been on fire for a very long time.
He said a whole region.
A whole region.
Another archaeologist
Seashells
on the highest mountain.
They found seashells on the highest mountain, which is what? Mount Everest? Ararat.
Mount Everest is the highest mountain.
Mount Everest. And the ark is in Mount Ararat.
They found the ark.
They found the ark.
Satellites.
High up.
See it.
High up.
In the mountain.
Because they had to climb down. Found seashells high up.
Top.
How is seashells
That's the flood.
being found up there? Which
That's
means
flood.
there was a flood.
Right.
Archaeologists found chariots and shields and swords in the bottom of the Red
That's right.
Sea.
Made of
Right.
golden
Swords,
grass.
chariots,
Which means that there was a certain time in history where the sea did split and drowned the army of the Egyptians.
Right.
That's the God that fought for us, man. That fought for these people. And up to this day, these people can't find it in their heart to believe God, to believe this. Even though you've seen this and you speak of it, it's still going to take time to believe because it takes work on yourself. Work. Tom Sheet. What verse you at?
9.
Go ahead, read.
Ye that fear Elohim, hope for good, and for everlasting joy and mercy.
Ye, 9, he created, that's not 9. No, listen to this. He said, ye that fear the Lord, hope for good, for everlasting joy and mercy.
Look at the generations of old. Did ever any trust in Israel and was confounded? Or did any abide in his fear and was forsaken? Or whom did he ever despise that called upon him? For Israel is full of compassion and mercy,
full of compassion, full of mercy, long suffering, pitiful, and forgive it sins and save it in the time of affliction. He said, woe to fearful hearts and faint hands. Right? And the sinner that goes two ways. Two ways. What is the faint heart? Faint heart is lacking strength in God. You lack the strength to push for these laws and the commandments. It takes strength to push for this because the objects that surround you are adverse and contrary to God. So you got to have strength to keep pushing.
That's right.
You got to have strength to keep pushing. 13.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Woe to him that is faint hearted, for he believeth not.
For he believeth not.
Therefore shall he not be defended.
Therefore shall he not be defended. They that fear the Lord will not disobey his word, and they that love him will keep his ways. They that fear the Lord will seek that which is well pleasing unto him, and they that love him shall be filled with the law. What is well pleasing to God? It's already expounded upon and shown what God accepts. Right? He said, they that fear the Lord will prepare their heart. They that fear God will make their mind up. And that's the reason why our minds are not made up, because we don't fear God. First, everything comes in steps and stages. I'm not going to make my mind up if I don't develop some type of fear. I got to be afraid to make my mind up.
That's what's going to make you.
So if I don't develop fear for God, your mind will never be made up. You will always fluctuate and hop between two opinions. Go back and forth. Some people don't never make their mind up.
That's right.
Some people don't ever make their mind up. They continue wavering and going back and forth with God. That's right.
That's right.
It said, humble our souls in his sight, saying, will fall in the hands of the Lord and not in the hands of men, for as his majesty is, so is his mercy. And with that, I already got what was bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
And I'm going to call up the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mikal. Ben Love.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father and my teacher and the leader, Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo, the tribe of Levi. Giving all due respect to the chief man, Prince Man, visitors, brothers and sisters. I bid y'all to talk about forefathers. Shabbat Shalom. We're going to be moving around a lot today. Our first stop is going to be 2 Kings chapter 23:13.
Second Kings 23, verse 13.
Verse 13.
In the high places that were before Jerusalem, which were on the right hand of the mount of corruption, which Shlomo, king of Israel, had.
He said, in the high places that were before Jerusalem, there was a time, a high place is where the Israelites went to serve other gods. All right? That's called the high places. People go on high to burn incense and to worship their deities. That's why you see statues on top of mountains.
Right.
That's why you see all their stuff. That's why you see people take images and put them where? On the wall.
Right.
You look up to these things. You put them on shelves. You display them.
Right.
All right? What you worship, you venerate.
That's
You
right.
hold on high and you place on high. So this was the same thing here, but they did it. They did what the people round about was doing. They had Jerusalem and they had the temple. They had a place where God chose to place his name, where you can go and worship God's name there the way God tells you to. But they wound up making high places. okay, around Jerusalem, all over Jerusalem, right? He said, which were on the right hand of the Mount of Corruption, which Solomon, all right, he wound up calling, because Jerusalem is built on top of Mount Moriah. So now he called it the Mount of Corruption. Why? Because the people not serving God in Jerusalem no more. They stopped bringing the sacrifices to God in there. They moved the altar of God and they put the altar of Baal in there. And they started doing other things inside of the temple. All right? Time sheet.
Middle of 13.
Uh-huh.
Which Shlomo, king of Israel, had built for the ash deity.
You see that? This was standing around. These high places was there from when Solomon came into play. Solomon had many wives. Many.
Oh, yeah.
All right?
300.
What, 300 concubines, 700 wives, something like that?
700 concubines.
700, all right, 1,000. I know it's all 1,000.
Yeah.
Okay? And he did not change them. You know what that means? He didn't say, hey, baby. He had an Egyptian woman.
Right.
He didn't take her out the Egyptian clothes.
No.
He had a Syrian woman. He didn't take her out the Syrian clothes. No. He had a Canaanite woman. He didn't take her out the Canaanite clothes. He didn't change them. They stayed the way that they were brought up. And he allowed them to serve the same gods that they were taught.
Right.
Nothing changed when Solomon married them.
Right.
Okay? He let them rock.
Right.
He said, hey, baby, nah. There's out in the street, when the men be talking to the woman about this, the woman said, hey, so that means for me to be your wife, I got to do this. Yes. Right. But the men don't do it no more. The men don't get the woman out the pants. No. The men don't get them out the mini skirts. I see the little girls. Daughters of Zion. What's she doing with a mini skirt on and tights? She got spandex on. What you doing wearing spandex? You don't belong with that on. Why is your skirt so tight and you got a big behind? You know you got a big behind. Everybody can see that. Big behinds, everybody make songs out of it. Okay? You ain't got to show it.
Whorish mentality.
This is what you call a mentality of a whore.
You want man to see
you and be attentive to you. And you married. This is not how it goes. All of this come from what Solomon did here. He allowed these foreign women to come into the land and be themselves amongst the daughters of Zion. Right. So the daughters of Zion, they're not going to say, well, I'm going to stay this way. I'm not going to. The majority started to rule. They started to move like them. Now you got men marrying women and don't making them change. Don't making them adhere to the same rules you adhering to.
Right.
You have to change that woman. That's why you can't rule. Okay?
Change the leader.
When you come, say somebody come to take over another person's country, this is the list of demands. This is the ultimatum. Look, you can keep all of this here. Everybody stay intact if you pay up this right here to me. All right? If you don't pay this up to me, I'm going to kill all your men. All your women gonna become our woman. They're gonna be our baby mamas, and your daughters and your sons gonna be our slaves.
Right.
So they have a choice, right? But we don't give the woman no choice. That's why they act the way they act, and that's why you can't rule like God say. God say, look at Abraham. I ain't hiding nothing from him. Whatever we talk about here in heaven, who God is talking with? Angels. Right. Angels. He ain't talking with man. He ain't talking with nothing here on this planet. He ain't talking with E.T.
Right. Talk about it.
All right?
Right.
Ain't no science fiction aliens up there he talking to. He's talking to his hosts, which are the angels, which praise his name daily, continually, for thousands and thousands of generations, continually on and on and on. Okay? So if you don't want to believe that angels exist, I don't know what to say to you. You don't need to read this. This is not for you. There's certain things you can read, and you read the book of Job and say, oh man, that's not true. You need to close it
Or go to the back of the book and wait till tomorrow and go around the corner to those people around the corner who celebrate their God on Sundays. You will fit in perfectly with them. That's where you need to go. This is a dictatorship. You know what a dictatorship is? You know what a dictatorship is? You know what it is? There are rules. You do as the rules say. That's it. That's what a dictatorship is. Okay? And the dictation comes from God. Handed to man, to his woman, to the children. And then the children get old, and then they do it over, and this go over and over again. That's why God said, "Ye shall keep the commandments." But you ain't gonna be able to keep it like this because you're bringing her in corrupted. You gotta straighten out. You have to be at a level of straighten out to be an example to her.
That's right.
To show strength. But the first thing she's gonna say, well, but you said you don't want to do that. You don't want to give her no room to say nothing.
Yeah.
Because that's how this thing goes.
That's right.
All right? The men, we don't have no room to say nothing.
Right.
You think it's just free for all?
No.
There's an order amongst us, man.
That's right.
We have to behave and move a certain way with each other.
Right.
So what about you?
That's right.
What's up with you?
Yeah, you gonna stay in your place.
Nah, it's everybody got places. Children got places.
Stay in your lane.
God got a
God
place.
got a place.
God said,
That's right.
you know
My
what?
place.
Since y'all acting up,
Teach,
I'm gonna return to my place,
Acknowledge.
which is his throne.
That's right.
To you right now.
He said, then I ain't moving. Y'all ain't gonna get me to move until you acknowledge.
Your wrongdoing.
Look. There's more to do after you acknowledge, you gotta correct it, right? But for God, you acknowledge it, the correcting is coming. He just wants you to acknowledge that his way is the way. That's all. That's how you break your spirit. It said break yourself, fool. Means allow yourself to let this robbery go down. That's what they say in LA. When they rob you. Break yourself. It means break your spirit to do God's law. That's what it means. Break yourself. Your spirit must be broken. My spirit must be broken. We have a wicked and evil spirit that is not attuned to God.
That's right.
You know what attuned means? When you take a guitar, you get the right A flat. No, it's not A flat. I want C. Now it sound right. That's how you click in. Read. He said, when Solomon, the king of Israel, had built it for Ashtoreth, the abomination of the Zidonians. You know what Ashtoreth is? You know who that is? That's supposed to be the wife of God.
That's right.
Guess who made this up? Y'all be surprised. Guess who's the first persons in the world to come up with this thing? Israelites. Israelites. I'm gonna show you as we go along. Finish this verse.
And for the Kiki deity, the abomination of Moab.
Everybody got an abomination for a God. Don't you see it? Everybody has a God. They serve that God, abomination. They serve this God, abomination. They serve that God, abomination. Abomination means God hated.
That's right.
That's all it means. It's an act, a saying, or matter or food substance that becomes abominable. If it's abominable to God, it's abominable to you.
That's right.
That's where he wants your head to be at.
That's right.
Tamshi.
And for the Milky deity, the abomination of the children of Ammon.
Now the king defiled himself. Not like, oh man, I got my hands got a lot. Not that type of dirty or defilement. Inside his spirit is dirt all over it, called sin, that God sees. And he hates that. That's the defilement. So I'm okay, I don't do this, but I allow my wife, allow my woman, my girlfriend, my BM, whatever you want to call her, that's yours.
Right. You allow it.
And you allow it.
That's right.
So it's on you.
Say it again, brother.
You allow it, it's on you.
That's right.
Jeremiah, look. Sometimes I gotta go, and I gotta go back to the man all the way and start with the man. Jeremiah is a prophet of God, and he went to the woman. The woman was baking cakes to the queen of heaven,
That's right,
which is Ashtoreth,
That's right.
the goddess. There's no goddess.
Right.
There's no female version of God.
Talk about it. Talk about it.
No goddess.
Right.
God does not have a gender.
That's right.
Okay? There's no male or female counterpart to him. All right? It's masculine in that sense. And that's what that's why we are gods. Because we are built in a masculine form after God. Okay? And you, woman, come from my rib, all men's rib, right here. This is where you came from.
That's right.
This is where you came from man. From man.
That's right.
And then, after that, all the peoples of the world came out their mother. When they was put in their mother from their father. God designed all of this. In a little while, the way things are going, they're knocking out gender. They're going to knock out sex. They're going to outlaw sex. Y'all think I'm playing? Y'all think I'm bugging out? They're going to knock it out. And only certain people are going to be allowed to have children. They're going to get real down and dirty. We may not even be alive then. They're going to control everything. Trust me. Right now, they're into your kid's head. We are gone. We're dead. We're considered dead already. What we said do don't matter. They got them with the TV, the cartoons, the movies, and the books. And then when they go to school, there's a bunch of rude kids, wicked kids in that school. You learn. We all learned rude things going to school.
That's right.
Don't play with me.
That's right.
A lot of stuff we did not learn in the house, learned in the world. So all these years we've been living and moving like this. What you think you got a defect on your spirit? Your spirit is defiled. Your spirit is defiled. And even King Solomon messed up by allowing his woman, woman,
right,
to keep serving them idols.
Right.
And then later on, after he was dead, Nehemiah said, yo, man, y'all doing the same thing Solomon did. He said, did not God get mad at Solomon for this? Y'all doing the same thing. You know what those guys did? They had to make up their mind right then and there. They said, yo, we just coming back from 70 years in captivity in Babylon. We can't come back shady and messed up. We're here for the temple. We got to get this thing back in its order. But you guys got foreign woman. It's the same thing Solomon did. They didn't switch them over. They didn't even teach them the whole language of the Hebrews. They spoke half and half in their native tongue. So what you think those kids are? Half-breeds. And when their half-breeds have kids, they're going to be whole-breed heathens. Yeah.
Right.
I'm not pulling no words. I'm not pulling no punches. Nobody else does. Nobody else does. So I'm not pulling no punches. That's what you're making. That's what you're making. If you are not complete and your wife is not complete when you have those kids, they're not going to be complete with God.
Hear it.
That's the half-breed part I'm talking about. I'm not talking about skin color or nativity or nothing. I'm talking about in the spirit. You're a half-breed. You're a half-Israelite, half-heathen. And that person has a child that's half and half, gonna have a whole heathen. Do you understand how it goes? And this is generation. It's been going on. We're gonna go to Deuteronomy chapter 16, verse 21.
I shall not plant thee an ash of any tree.
An ash that's an Asherah. It's a grove, a tree, or a pole. They also call it a sacred pole.
Right.
You know what the sacred pole is? They take a tree and they strip it of all its bark and make it smooth. And they strip it of all of it. Now it's a pole. Sound familiar? What pole you know that's very famous in the world? The stripper pole. That's where the stripper pole comes from.
That's right.
Okay?
That's a God.
And the god of that stripper pole is called Baal Peor, the Lord of the opening. Okay? That pole leads to the opening of what? The opening of women's orifices. You know what an orifice is, right? The openings for physical contact. You got that now?
Yeah.
That's the worship of those deities. That's what Solomon allowed his wives to keep doing. Yeah. Yo, serving them deities, you ain't getting no version from those people. All that stuff out. I want my version. You only was getting that in Israel.
That's right. Only in Israel.
You only getting that in Israel. Or if it's a heathen nation, the king's daughter. She's a virgin, but only because he keeping her to marry her off to another king to keep peace. But everybody else in the land is whores. They're not married and they're having sex. That makes you a whore and a whoremonger.
That's right.
Yes. Because you're not married. When you have kids and you're not married, you have bastards. Bastards.
Let them know.
Bastards.
That's right.
Keep it in your pants.
That's right.
Keep your legs closed.
That's right. Say it again.
If you don't believe it, then go ahead, keep having bastards. This is the reason why a lot of children in generation ain't coming this way. A lot of Israelite children are bastards too.
That's right.
A lot of Israelites were not married.
That's
a lot of them eloped.
Majority of
That's right.
the world.
A lot of fathers said no in Israel. A lot of fathers said no. A lot of fathers in Israel said no. I don't want her with that man, and she still went with him. And they got bastards now.
Majority of the world is bastards.
The majority of the world, nobody gets married.
Gone in.
Everybody has sex without getting married.
Gone
Okay?
in.
That's right.
Everybody has sex without getting married in the world right now.
Yeah.
So watch what you marrying, watch who you marrying. The man you marry may be a bastard. The woman you marry may be a bastard. Bastards shall not be
No
established,
root.
and they will
No
not
root.
bear no root to
Bear no
this.
That's right.
They will never be. They will die undecided.
Then you have kids with this bastard.
Now you got full-blown heathens on your
Full-blown
hands.
heathen.
They're not gonna
Nothing
do
but
what you do. They're not gonna wrap no turban.
No.
They're gonna put a cap on.
That's right.
Yankee boy, what you talking about? I don't want to look weird looking like this. They don't feel it. Get yourself used to it.
Yeah.
Yo, you think I came out looking like this? I didn't come out looking like this.
Goofies is down too, man. Goofies.
We didn't come out looking like this, man. All the law we doing now, we wasn't doing it. No. About 40 years ago, we had images, we had pictures all over this house. Pictures was all over. Statues. Look, this in the living room, you might have it decked out. You think you in the house of the gods? You think you in a museum or something?
This was the house of the gods.
Nobody had more images and statues and animals. We had horses like this.
I remember that.
Okay? Okay? We ain't come out like this. But dedication, studying, reading, and applying. Dedication, studying, reading, applying. Dedication, studying, reading, applying. That's what's gonna get it. And I watched my father do that, and then one day he said, "Hey, you know what, man? Hey, come here, read this." He said, "All images that God hated." He said, "What's that?" And then look it up. And Tamuna means Tamuna. And in the Hebrew, Tamuna is pictures. And God said He hated all of them. So what you doing with it?
That's right.
Why you still got it?
Yeah.
You might as well have the cross around your neck.
That's right. Talking about she my daughter.
Why you still got it? That ain't her.
I'm trying to tell you.
Cause she gone.
That's right.
If she's dead, look, the body is there, but that ain't her no more.
That's right.
So all the stuff you doing is in commemoration to that body, not the person. You saying the person's name, but you doing it to the body, viewing it, parading it. People parade dead bodies. What you think that is? This thing was started of old, man. Tell she.
Now they shall thou set thee up any pillar which Elohim thy El hates.
So he said what now? Do not bring that back. He said, don't
Thou shalt not plant thee an ash grove or
Don't
a tree near the altar.
near his altar. You know, the Israelites, that pole represents Ashtaroth, the goddess of the moon, the goddess of heaven,
Right.
Mother Nature. See, I'm saying the name so y'all know what to look out for. Okay? All that Mother Nature, anything dealing with goddesses and mother, woman being.
Crap.
No. That's where it come from.
Crap.
All of that come from that. The Statue of Liberty come from that.
That's right.
Check out the Statue of Liberty. You really find out that's a deity.
Yeah.
Who is that?
Yeah.
Who is that? We all went to school and learned that it came from France.
Right.
Right? But who is it?
The person that
Who
the
is
person
that
the-
chick?
is the dude that make it as his mother.
That's his mom's.
Yeah. That's his mama face.
His mom's died. His mom's died, and he made a statue of his mother in honor of her because I miss my father. But you ain't gonna see no pictures. See, he taught us well.
Yeah.
What this man said earlier, God come first.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what is going to stop you from saying, oh, wait a minute, I can grieve and mourn, but not like this.
Yeah.
We can't grieve and mourn like everybody else.
Right.
Yeah. Nothing like that.
You're not supposed to have no obituary card in your back pocket.
Yeah.
Okay?
Mhm.
All right? That little card that says,
Love and memory.
yeah, it got some hands like this, or it got some doves, or a ribbon.
Yeah.
Okay, and it got the date of birth and the date of person's death and who they left behind and all this stuff. That's a tombstone in your pocket. You know that, right? It's called a matzebah. God hate that just as much as he hate pictures, because these are things that human beings use as worship and celebrate as gods. Let's get this through your head, man. So if you got any of them, and I know, look, death ain't no joke, man. When you lose someone, when you lose someone, it ain't no joke. But you can't keep that person's clothing.
That's right.
We can't do that. You see what I'm saying? Yo, in death, in marriage, in everything, God has made us different.
Yeah.
The world don't move like this.
That's right, man. That's right.
You are supposed to always stick out
That's right.
Sore thumb.
Sore thumb.
and carry it good.
That's right.
Pick your head up.
That's right.
That's right.
With this, you pick your head up.
That's right.
You pick your head up and you stand up for it. Don't be ashamed. Yo, one thing he said, I read in here, it said, don't be ashamed of God and his laws.
That's right.
Don't be ashamed. Forget about what people thinking.
Yeah.
That's why he said that. Don't be ashamed. Stand up and talk for this, man.
That's right.
There ain't no joke, man. Tamshi,
Now we shall thou set me up any pillar which Elohim thy El hated.
you can't put no memorial of nothing, no plaques, or even he's a jolly good fellow and he's a jolly good fellow on the job.
Yeah.
And they give you a certificate back. And tell them you don't want it. Don't accept it. That's a mindset also. Y'all gonna learn today what idols and images is.
Right. Tell it.
Documentation, certain certificates of documentation is a matzebah. Okay? All of that, put my name up on high. No. You making yourself a god, or you causing someone else to be a god.
Yeah.
Okay? 1 Kings chapter 11. Verse 5.
1 Kings chapter 11.
Yeah, start from the verse. Start from the top. You can start that one from the top. And after that, we go into one more chapter and then the law.
But King Shlomo loved.
King Shlomo. Shlomo is the Hebrew pronunciation for Solomon. All right? So can we enter here? King Shlomo loved who?
Many foreign women.
Money, foreign woman. Foreign means strange, mean not familiar, mean not of your kind, not of your people, not of your family, of another way life, another nation, a whole other culture. That's a foreign woman to one who served God. Those are strange women. Women who don't serve God are strange women.
That's right.
Okay? He said together, he said he loved strange women. Now, yo, this is for all the players. All the players, pimps, ballers, Max. Okay? Watch yourself.
Yeah,
That's right.
That's it.
Watch yourself. Okay? Because we love many strange women. Admit it to yourself, man. Stop
Right.
playing with you,
Stop
man.
lying.
Stop playing.
Stop lying.
You love strange women.
Yeah, that's right.
What you doing? Look, that Instagram got a lot of strange, good-looking women.
Yeah.
It's nothing but strange
Stop
women on
playing with me, man.
It's nothing but strange women
Stop
on there.
playing with me, man. When you go outside, that's all you see up and down the block. We are learning.
Strange
Look,
women.
I see in some of my brothers, we have learned to curb ourselves.
That's right. That's right.
We've been curbing ourselves. Usually we run down on certain things.
What I tell you?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it a buck.
What I tell you? I don't like going outside.
Yeah, he told me, said, man, that's why I don't come outside. Because something walk across here, boy, it gonna get your attention.
I'm on it. Come here.
But to be a godly man now, that's not gonna get your attention.
That's
And
right.
that's the zone.
That's
See,
right.
certain levels and zones.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, okay. Now it's time to take care of this woman thing here.
Mm.
Yeah, I gotta get a streak in with this now. So look, Solomon, he said he loved many strange women together with the daughter of Pharaoh, a regular strange woman with princesses. You are only a princess if you are a daughter of a king. All right? It says the daughter of Pharaoh, woman of Moabites, Ammonites, Edomites, Sidonians, and Hittites. The Hittites, the Ammonites, we were supposed to kill them. They ain't supposed to be around this time. Let alone but marrying into the Canaanites was the worst woman in the world back then to marry into. Now, what you think you got all today? Everyone that's not doing this is a Canaanite woman. Because they have the same ways that you read in Leviticus 18. Tonight, read Leviticus 18.
That's right.
And learn why God wanted these people dead.
That's right.
Because of how they lived.
That's right.
Okay? Incest and eating of unclean, all types of abominations, man. Hideous. They did stuff that the Egyptians did.
Talk about it.
They did stuff. The Syrians said, man, we don't want no Canaanite in our army. Because these guys, they eat roadkill and they just throw their kids in the fire like it ain't nothing. We don't want these cruel people. They're too cruel. That's why God told Abraham, they got 400 more years and their iniquity is. Why them? And look at it. The Moabites was able to stick around. Right? God didn't put that sentence on them. He hit the Egyptians up, but he didn't wipe them out. Why he wanted the Canaanites wiped out? Leviticus 18. Everything in there, God said at the end, because the people of this land that is before you, that I'm about to bring you into, they are the ones committing these abominations. All those things you read in Leviticus 18 are abominations. Right. Each one of those are abominations.
Right.
Okay? He said, man, I don't even want y'all marrying into them people, man. But we kept them alive. Married into them, had babies with them, kept them alive, went in captivity with them, went into Rome with them, got spread all over the world, everything, Africa, everybody's a Canaanite now.
Right.
Everybody got the ways of Leviticus 18 in them that God say not to do. Tongue sheet.
Of the nation concerning what Elohim said to the children of Israel, you should not go into them. Neither shall they come into you.
Man, leave them alone. You don't go into them. Don't, you know what I mean? Don't be making families. Don't get married to them. Don't be making families with them. And don't even allow them to come to you. They're bad.
That's right.
Certain people are bad.
Right.
We don't want no parts of y'all. I don't even want to have kids with you. I don't want to have no seeds with you. Okay? Tongue sheet.
For surely they will turn away your heart.
But surely they're going to turn your heart away. How do they turn your heart away? When you allow them to do what they want to do.
All right. That's right. Yeah.
You still doing your thing, but when you allow your woman to do what she want to do,
just to be cool with her. Yeah.
That's the category we fall in, man. And God look at us as punks.
I wish I had one.
Yeah, I can say that. You know why? Because he said, man, I know Abraham will command his household after him. He's going to make sure everybody in his house do this the way he do it. That's a man. That's a man. That's a man of God. God respects a man like that.
What you said, woman?
Facts. Tom sheet.
For surely they will turn away your heart after their deities. You don't want to attach themselves to these in love.
See, that's why God said, attach yourself to me. Cleave to the Lord. He cleaved to his woman instead of running them.
Right.
He cleaved to them Cleave to what? To their desires.
Right.
He's stuck to their desires.
That's right.
Now I'm not doing God's desires, I'm doing your desires.
Yeah.
It's a problem now.
I did it.
And everything's cool that way.
Oh, yeah.
I noticed that.
Everything cool.
Oh, I heard one woman say, hey, you got a well-trained husband, man.
Yes.
Well trained.
I looked at him. I said, she sure do. She sure do. I said, you know what? It was getting to me. Because they was talking some junk, and he was standing up right there.
Yeah,
and they're like,
I was
I was like, you know what? Mind your business, man. Mind your business.
Yeah.
You ain't got nothing to do with that.
That's right.
Walk away. Because you disrupting something right now. He ain't got no help. He ain't got no help. Tom Sheep.
He had 700 wives.
Yeah.
Princesses. And
300
concubines.
concubines.
And his wives turned away his heart.
One woman will turn away your heart.
That's
let
right.
alone 1,000.
That's
One woman turned man's heart away. One woman took Samson down.
right.
I tell you a secret. We're supposed to be telling nobody. One woman, you say you love me, right? But it was all a setup. She said, if you love me, you don't love me because you won't tell me. He said, girl, I ain't even tell my parents.
That's right.
God commanded me not to even tell my parents. Why should I tell you?
That's right.
And she kept crying, nagging. And he gave in and told
Get
her.
up off me, man.
He gave in and told her. She gave, look, this is Samson, Nazarite. We're not taking nothing away from him. He wasn't no punk.
He wasn't, definitely wasn't.
But remember, on top of this, God wanted all of this to happen.
Right.
But it's for us to know how wicked women get down.
That's right.
How your heart can get turned.
That's right.
Because you good. On your own, you ain't turning.
That's right.
On your own, you ain't turning.
That's right. That's right.
But God knows something that we don't know.
That
That's
woman,
right.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what I'm saying? That's
woman, put the
Okay.
whammy on you.
Delilah.
Hey,
that's right.
look. Look. We have an effect on them. They have an effect on us. But we got to control that effect.
That's right.
God wants us to control that effect. Okay? Tom Sheep.
For
Uh-huh.
it came to pass when Shlomo was old,
When he was old,
and his wives turned away his heart.
I understand. I used to be like, yo, man, the older I get, the more hard I get.
That's right.
That's why his attitude was so fiery. The more he got into doing this, the more he see opposition.
Right.
So, okay, I know how I'm going to get.
That's right.
Blow up.
That's right. Like a
Because y'all
black
can't
man.
handle my blow up for God.
That's right.
You can't handle a man that blow up and get angry for God. Stay out his way.
That's right.
And I learned that over the years. Yeah, that's how you command. That's how you got to command your household when they not with you on this.
Yes. By all means. By all means.
Not being a tyrant.
No.
You commanding your household.
That's right.
Back then, certain things
That's
was for the men and the women back then because they were godly people.
right.
He said you ain't got to be a tyrant in your house because you ain't got the type of woman that's going to go against you.
That's right. So there you
But
go.
today you better be a bear, a lion, a
Bear.
tiger. You better be the whole thing,
She gonna
the
control
whole
you.
zoo.
You got to be a reason.
In order to what? Accomplish what God wants me to do with my house.
You gotta be a
Man.
madman. You gotta go off the
I
hook.
gotta get like this, man.
Yeah,
You ain't the one, baby. I mean, it ain't in the cards. We tried it, but it ain't working.
That's right.
This is how it goes. This is how it goes. You ain't making a decision I'm making.
That's right.
No love lost here.
That's right.
I hope one day you find. I hope one day I come to shop out and find you here on your own.
That's right.
Because it's not about me or you or this
Mm-hmm.
relationship. It's about me and you in this relationship serving God.
That's right.
That's what counts. Like I said the other day, that's why marriages, relationships don't last. Everybody's a baby mama and a baby daddy now.
Right. Yeah.
We ain't had that back then.
That's right.
We ain't have that back then.
No. Boredom.
I married you, you ain't getting no divorce. You go sleep with somebody else, you ain't getting no divorce.
Put David on it. That's right.
You belong to me. I ain't asking my man for no divorce.
They didn't do
What
that.
kind of people are we, man? They didn't do that.
They didn't do that.
innocent there, right? But who did it? David said, look, man, bring her back.
That's right.
He never went back into her.
We got it.
But she's fine. I can't be king. Come on, woman out there.
Right.
Sister, man, her father did that. I can't say nothing about that, but he dead now.
Yeah, Bob did.
He dead now. Bring her back. And then when she pops up, I'm better than your father. Shut up. Sit down.
That's right.
I'm not dancing for the woman. You jealous. You too jealous. I'm dancing for God. Because she thought he was dead. Or you exposing yourself in front of the maidens. Because the maidens was like, oh, look at David moving. Look at that boy. He's moving. He got his sword in his hand with his robes on. And he's leaping in the air and coming down with the sword. Warrior. That's a warrior dance.
Yeah.
Black Dawi told me, he said, I'm going to show you the dance that David did when the ark was coming in.
Jody.
He said, there's a dance. He said, you know why he said, because godly men only sing to God and only dance for God. I said, that always stuck to me. I said, damn, man, going to the club is out. It's dead. I'm dancing and doing all of that. It's to the devil.
In a dark room.
It's to the devil. Those dances, all those songs, it's to the devil.
In a dark room.
Okay? Okay?
With music
God
blasting.
ain't got nothing to do with that. Nothing. They sung songs to God. Like I said earlier, not to the woman. We ain't serenade her.
All the glory to God.
All the glory, all the love. That's all the love. Go to him. So I kept everybody in their place, man. It kept the man because it starts and it ends with me. Okay? At the end of the day, like I said, Jeremiah went to the woman and said, what y'all doing? Y'all baking cakes to this deity. Right. She went like this. My husband, my Lord is over there, my Lord. That's right. No. I ain't even got to explain nothing to you. My Lord is right over there. That's right. I'm under his rule. Right. Even when he's in his wrong, right, and he tell me bake cakes to the idol, right, I'm baking cakes to the idol. Right. Go speak to my husband. That's right. That's right. They talk about Jezebel. Oh, she was a whore. She wasn't a whore. She only had one man. She was a princess. And in other books I read, a virgin princess. Like I said, the heathen kings keep one daughter. And they guard that. You ain't getting near her. They got eunuchs covering her tower. Like, you know what eunuchs are? Right? Men who have their tongue and their private parts cut off. That's right. So those are the best guys to have around a woman to guard them, because they can't do nothing to her.
They ain't gonna let you do nothing.
They ain't gonna let nothing happen. No.
Push you way back.
They say like the side of a eunuch is when you see a virgin. You know what that means?
They ain't gonna sweet talk them neither.
No, they can't talk. He mad. They stay mad.
Yeah.
Eunuchs stay mad. I got my tongue and my thing cut off, man. You ain't coming in there and getting nothing. That's who guards the harems and the buildings. And that Ebed Melech, where was he at? In the temple. Guarding. Holding stuff down. Okay? So that was the use of a eunuch. And they had it, man, watch your man, but look. You ain't getting in there. And that one daughter I'm saving on the alliance. But everybody else is going in. Top sheet.
For it came to pass when Shlomo was old, that his wives turned with his heart after other deities. And his heart was not perfect with El Israel, his El, as was the heart of David, his father. For Shlomo went after the Ash deity, the goddess of the Sidonians, and after the Milky deity, the abomination of the Ammonites. And Shlomo
Listen to all of this stuff. Listen to all of this stuff now that God don't like, that Solomon allowed, right? Tom sheet.
Shlomo did evil in the sight of El Israel, and went not fully after El Israel, as did David, his father.
He didn't go all the way like his father did. That's where you mess up at.
That's right.
Follow your father.
Please, no,
Your father busts his butt to do this. Bust your butt to do this.
That's right.
What you think we doing? Following our father.
That's right. Follow your father.
Word up, man.
Right.
He pounded this. And now the fruits of that pounding is coming out.
That's right.
And it takes time. You gotta put your work in. That's the who you follow, man. You follow him. Because your father followed Abraham, who he was told to follow. See how it go? That's the example. Those are the two God said follow Abraham. But Abraham, you don't need nobody else.
That's right.
If you want some additive, David. You want some extra detail, you want to get real close real quick, David.
That's right.
But you're going to have to, those songs you read, you're going to have to be those songs you read.
Right.
Because some of them things he's saying in there, we can't say.
Yeah.
I'm without sin. My righteousness is before thee. Stuff like that. You have to be correct 100,000% with God. And that's where those songs came from. He didn't just start saying them songs when he was 4 years old.
Right.
He got to a level of his life. I'm complete with God.
Yeah.
He knew it. You're going to know it. You're going to know where you at. It's a personal thing. After a while, you start to do that, God get personal with you. And you're going to know it's not something somebody can make you understand. God makes you understand him. That's the case the whole world would understand. Tom, see?
And when Shlomo went after the Ash deity, the abomination of the Zidonians. 6. And Shlomo did evil in the sight of Elohim and went not fully after Elohim as if thou be his father. Then did Shlomo build a high place for the king.
Now you see the Zidonians? They call them Phoenicians in the history books.
Right.
That's Jezebel's people.
Right.
Okay? Her father was called Baal from Zidonia. Zidonia is upper on the coast of the beach, right next to Philistine land. Okay? Ahab, the king Ahab of Israel, married her. And she brung the worship of Baal and Ashtoreth worship with her. And Ahab allowed her to spread it into the kingdom of Israel.
That's right.
That's how Baal worship got in.
Yeah.
Okay? And she hunted down the prophets of God and killed them.
Yeah.
She even killed a man named Nabal that was innocent.
Right.
And she hired 2 men to lie on her. On him. And that caused him to get executed. All of this because of worship of idols that was allowed to bring in.
Right.
You see what happened?
That's right.
And then it said Ahab thought it was a light thing that he married Jezebel. You know what that means? He didn't think too much of it. But you marrying this girl here, you ain't switching her over, and you allowing her to bring all this stuff up in here. You taking it light. It's on you. It's on you. It's a heavy situation.
Well trained.
It's a heavy situation. That's right. Tom Sheep.
In the hill that is before Yerushalayim, and for Momo, the abomination of the children of Ammon. And likewise did he for all his foreign wives, who burnt incense and sacrificed to their deities.
That's where you burn incense too. Anytime you hear incense burning in the book, does it be, oh yeah, man, sticking here. They did not light incense for the smell, to fragrance the house. Anybody lit incense, it was a worship to God. The high priest, when he lit incense, he hit the frankincense and that. It was in the temple, worship to the Most High God. Don't you see in China, with the big fat dude that they have?
Yeah.
Buddha.
Boo-boo. What they do, how they worship them? Candles and incense. We don't do that. You don't mess with candles. Anytime you read candles in here, it was oil lanterns. They take olive oil and put it in the box with a fuse on it. And they wet that fuse, the wick, they call it. It's called a wick.
Yeah.
And they wet it with the oil, the olive oil, and it sits in a little cup of olive oil. So it burns for a while. When the olive oil run out, your light run out. But not nothing made of wax. Not no wick and wax. No candles. That is another thing that we're going to get into later.
Most of the wax is unclean.
Tom sheet.
And Elohim was angry with Shlomo because his heart was turned.
God was angry with him. God got angry with him for all this stuff we've been reading around. God, listen, man, come on, man. You know better than that, man. He got angry with him. His heart was turned from the Lord God of Israel, who appeared to him twice. Meaning, there was no way this supposed to happen.
That's right.
God appeared to this man twice. God didn't appear to everybody in this book. He didn't appear to Abraham every minute either. You know, it was years before the second time Most High pulled up on Abraham in Genesis 15. Then after that, it was years after that again, and everything it came to pass. Because now you're gonna step back, okay, see what you're gonna do, how you gonna rock now. Situations, all of that. Well, he passed all the tests. It's been 15 years now. All right, let me pull up on him right now. Drop some more stuff on him. God didn't drop everything on him one time. Because you ain't gonna be able to do this. Is a lifetime thing. This is something you do for your whole life. This is a lifestyle of godly people. Tamshi.
And he had commanded him concerning this thing, that he should not go after other gods. But he kept not that which Elohim commanded. So that Elohim said to Shlomo, since this is your mind, thou hast not kept my covenant, my statutes, which I have commanded.
He says, this is the thing that you want to do. This is what you got in your head, right? He said, and you didn't keep my deal. I made a deal with you. If you keep, he made a deal with that man, personal deal. He said, man, if you keep walking in the footsteps of your father David, I got you. I'm gonna establish your throne. He already made him peace. Solomon didn't have to go to war.
Never went to war. Never.
Right.
40 years. Never went to war.
And he walked through Jerusalem. You got silver, rocks of silver, all over the place.
Right.
All over the place. There's one thing for your man Trump trying to do that. He's selling gold bars.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? He's selling gold. You can go there and buy gold from his companies. Gold plated this, gold plated that, this is real gold.
Right.
That's what happens when you have a rich king. That's a rich dude. And they're about economy. In this time, Jerusalem, Judah, boy, nobody had the economy that was there. Everybody was bringing gifts to Solomon. Everybody was paying tribute. Everybody had, man, I ain't got no people. Solomon ain't married to my daughter.
That's right.
Richard man to ever live.
He married to my daughter. How am I have beef with him? And how's he gonna have a beef with his father-in-law? You gotta be able to get on with your father-in-law. You gotta be able to get along with your mother-in-law. I had a mother-in-law that did not like black people. Okay? I didn't let that get to me. All right? Every time I saw her, I still acknowledged her as I would acknowledge my mother.
Me too, brother.
You know that?
To this day.
And yo, it mess you up sometimes. This person hates you because of your skin color.
Yeah, me too, brother.
Mess you up, man.
Me too.
But I kept that pride. Kept giving her that honor and that respect.
Yes, sir.
The woman loves me.
I can't say that.
Okay? She loves me. You know what? Because she wound up eating some of my food by mistake. And she was loving it.
By mistake.
Got her.
Yeah.
Yeah. She said, wow, who made this? Nick. She said, but look, you can't front.
Too late.
What you gonna say? It don't taste good now? Because I made it?
Got lost the feeling.
It don't taste good now? But your stomach hurt now? She kept it above. She said, well, you know, I'm gonna have to stop acting like that with him. He kept eating up food. So, time, doing the right thing, you're gonna see your results. You see your results. Okay, now we're gonna go to Leviticus chapter 19. We're not supposed to have altars. You know what an altar is, right? We're not supposed to have these things.
Right.
But first of all, you ain't sacrificing. And you not making an altar as a memory for later on down the line like they did. They made an altar. Beside the altar, the burnt offering altar of God. And some priests, Joshua sent some priests out there and some Levites out there to check out with it, because you ain't supposed to have, it's only supposed to be one altar. Nobody's supposed to have this in their house or nowhere else in the land. Right. But they said, no, man, we so far away from you guys. We're on the other side of the Jordan. Mm-hmm. And this sounds like a common thing, because even back then they was afraid of this. That your children, later on, after me and you die, your children and my children get into it. He said, I don't want that to happen, that your children tell my children we have no inheritance in Israel because we so far out. So this is a memorial that we down, even though we far away. And they said, no, we not putting, they said it, we are not sacrificing nothing. There's no wine offerings, no nothing. We not burning nothing. It's just there as a memorial, a witness that you know, look, man, take these rocks, and we're gonna make a hill. Whatever deal we made, that hill of rocks is the witness. That's right. Instead of the country. See, this contrast came with signatures and all that stuff. But that is a witness that me and you make this contract, this deal. And it slides into our sons. Whoever is your father's friend is your friend. That's right. Whoever is your mother's friend is your friend. That's right. That's how it goes. That's right. Whoever they accept, you accept. That's right. I don't care if you don't like them. That's right. These are all this is honor. So Leviticus 19 tells you.
Elohim spoke to Moshe, saying, speak to all the congregation of the children of Israel and say to them, you shall be holy, for I, Elohim, Ya'el.
Over here, look up here. Set apart. Holy means you are set apart. Set apart means you are set apart from the rest of the world. Segregated. To the service of God. The service of God is when you do his bidding.
That's right.
You serve him. You are his servant. You are separated to serve God. That's what holy means. What makes you separate? You do not follow and do the things people do. Right. You don't celebrate the days people do. So that birthday, man. It's serious. Let me tell you something about that birthday. Serious. I got something I'm gonna read. Tell you something about that birthday. I told y'all last week, if you can get rid of that birthdays in your heart, you ain't gotta worry about Thanksgiving. Your family can want you there all you want. It ain't gonna mess with you. You know why? Because that birthday tops Thanksgiving. It tops Christmas. Because it's about you. That day is for you, not the family. All the gifts go to you. Right. Everything. You man. Think about it. Mm-hmm. This is your big up day. That's what they say. This is your day. So you could break your day. Mm-hmm. You could break any day. That's right. Teach. I'm telling you, I got that. After a while, you get it. So okay, this is how it go. This is how it go. Yeah. Damn. I know the feeling. I can't celebrate my birthday no more. It's a feeling of disappointment. Yeah, I know you can't front on me. I know this for a fact. When that day comes, you want everybody to know it's your day. Yeah, right. You want everybody to acknowledge that day. You cut it. That's what you got to break. Don't worry about the other holidays. Break that birthday. Yeah. Break the birthday. Yeah. You got all the rest of them done off. Because none of them is about you. That's right. None of them is about you. So that is the number one holiday of all devil worshipers. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Devil worshipers. And I don't see that day in Leviticus 23.
Me either.
I don't see that day Deuteronomy 16.
Me either. So my laps around the sun. A year around the sun.
I don't see that day in there.
Yeah, me either.
I see the day in there when it say the Pharaoh celebrated his birthday in Genesis. Yeah. That's the only person I read celebrate his birthday. Joseph ain't celebrated his birthday. Right. And he was second in command in Egypt. Right. You ain't hear Abraham and Isaac and Jacob do it either. Nope. Or Moses. Nope. Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezra, Nehemiah, Gideon, any of the judges. Huh? David.
That's right.
Not even the sons that he had that died. They didn't celebrate their birthday. So what's up with this thing? The regular. This is a demonic holiday. Okay.
Christian lights love it. Love
It's a demonic holiday. While many cultures developed birthday celebrations separately, the Egyptians were the first ones to get the party started. Okay? The Egyptians. What I just told y'all. Pharaoh, right?
Right.
It started in Egypt. They worshiped the devil amongst their many gods. They practiced the demons also. Okay? He said when the Egyptian pharaohs were crowned gods, they were birthed. You hear that? When a man got crowned a pharaoh, he became a god. He was birthed. And that's the day that God was birthed. Now you see where birthdays come from.
Yeah.
And that only went down with kings. Because back then, regular person celebrating your birthday, you're dead.
Yeah.
What? Say that again? They'll kill you, man.
You
No,
celebrate
that
your
was the
birthday.
first rule of birth. Y'all don't even know how this thing got started.
That's what I'm trying to tell
It
you.
wasn't for everybody, for the whole world. Happy birthday. No.
Butler.
Only the leader of that country, the king, the leader, can do that. Not even his son. Because it depicts him as being a god. Okay? So when you celebrate your birthday, you're making yourself a god.
God.
You made yourself a deity.
Digging yourself up.
It said, this means the first birthday celebration wasn't marking the birth of a human, it was rather the birth of a god. And we already know, true living God is not born, but dies.
So ain't got no man on the farm. No man on the farm.
We got life.
That's right.
He gave us life.
That's right.
So he's beyond life.
That's right.
And he don't die.
That's right.
So he's beyond death.
That's right.
That's why he has no beginning, he has no end.
That's right. That's why he's a
You
God.
understand the term God now?
That's right.
So a God cannot be birthed. So this is a human being thing that served devils.
That's right.
Okay? And whoever's the leader of the human beings, which was the Pharaoh. That's why he looked at himself. We all know he used to go out early in the morning before the sun come up and act like he calling up the sun, right or wrong. He used to do this to the east and act like he calling up the sun next to another one of his gods, which is the Nile River. A body of water was also a god.
That's right.
Whatever worked for our society was made a god. Okay? That's how they got down.
Thirsty.
That's how they got down, man. We're gonna be no. Another early birthday celebration. All early birthday celebrations started with pagans.
That's right. Big on out there.
Pagans believed a person was susceptible to spells of good during their birthday. That's why everybody make noise. To scare the evil away. Don't fall for it. Over time, some of these traditions morphed. Morphed means it got changed into, all right? It morphed into the birthday that we know today. Celebrations we know and love today, but it was started in paganism. He said, now, birthday has traditions that go along with it. It's things that people do on their birthday and things you do to people on their birthday, okay? It said today, many people celebrate birthdays in similar ways. There's the birthday cake, noisemakers, and candles. Okay? Sometimes flowers and a gift or two and plenty of wishes. Did you make a wish? All right? Remember all of that stuff now. The blowing of the candle, the cake, everything. Right? He said birthday candles started with Artemis. Artemis is the Greek deity. A woman, a moon goddess. Doesn't it sound familiar? What we was just talking about earlier with the sacred clothes, with Ashera, the goddess of the moon, right? Okay. Birthday candles started with Artemis, the moon goddess, to help celebrate. Greeks offered her, the deity. It was her birthday. The statue. So she don't exist. The she we talking about don't exist. Okay, so they're coming up to the statue with what? With cakes adorned with glowing candles. This is where the candles come from. The glowing candles represent the shining of the moon. Am I correct?
Yes.
That's right.
That's what that birthday cake. And it's always round.
That's right.
I never seen a square one. Round birthday cake is the traditional birthday cake with the candles of how old that person is.
Right.
And you have to make a wish before you blow the candles, right?
That's right.
Okay? Remember all of this? I'm going to show you how deep this paganism goes. He said, while these cakes weren't meant to celebrate Artemis' birth, they eventually make their way into birthday celebrations. The Greeks believed that smoke helped carry their messages to the gods. By blowing out candles, you help send your wishes skyward. So when the kid make a wish, he make a wish and he blow. You gotta blow out all the candles now. Don't they say that?
That's right. That's right.
You can't blow it because your wish won't come true. Now, when you blow the candles out, that smoke that go up.
That's right.
Okay, that's supposed to be your wish.
That's right.
Now we know that's cartoon.
Right.
We know that's garbage. That's Greek philosophy now, handed down from Egyptians. They added on to this birthday thing. Okay? Noisemakers singing the song, clapping your hands. The same noise you make on New Year's Day.
Right.
If that's the next side of the that's right behind the birthday. Because it has to do with demonology. Okay? Their original intent was different. So the intent of the noisemakers was different. People used the word noise to ward off evil spirits on the birthday of the person. That's why they do it. Wow. Scaring away the bad guys, they say. But in reality, you're invoking it. They're lying to you. Okay? You invoke it. Invoke means you call it to you. Okay? They like that noise. They don't like peace and quiet. What evil spirits do? You bang! Yo, what's that, man? Nobody in there. Go back inside. Don't they do stuff like that? You see it in the movies?
No.
Are they quiet?
No.
Is evil spirits quiet?
No.
Are horrific spirits quiet?
No.
They make noise. Bang, 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 bang. Man, well, who's up there on the roof? You go up there, nobody on the roof. But spirits, evil spirits. Come on, y'all. Wake up with me now. They love noise. It's not water anymore. The cake had been around long before the birthday cakes. Germans started the tradition of cakes adorned with candles around the end of the 18th century, going into the 1900s. Okay? Germans began celebrating Kinderfest. You know, kindergarten? School for children. Festival for kids. Kinderfest. Fest is festival for kids. That was before the word birthday came. They said, hey, man, it's your Kinderfest. That's what they used to say in Germany. Okay? Germans began celebrating it. This celebration involved placing a candle for each year of the person's life. Sounds familiar? Okay. The birthday child would blow out the candles while making a wish. If there's one thing that lets someone know it's your birthday, it's the birthday song. So where did the song come from? In 1893, a kindergarten teacher named Mildred Hill composed a tune called Good Morning to All to greet her class each day. Rumor has it that the children began replacing the words with happy birthday so they could sing their beloved song at parties. Leave it to the kids to get creative.
Good morning.
That's for the kids. That's for the kids. That's where all the paganism is at.
Wow.
Okay. Good morning to you. Y'all know good morning to you. I remember that going to school. Yeah. Good morning to you. The same tune. Have you heard of you? Heard it? Same tune.
Right.
Okay. Whether your son. Okay. So that covers that. That covers that now. But those are the main traditions that go with the birthday. The gifts, people bring gifts to their deities. Just you have become the deity.
That's right.
On that day, when I bring you a gift, you my deity.
That's right. That's
They're
an
not
offering.
listening.
It's an offering.
That's right. It's an offering. You're giving him an offering.
That is an offering.
They're not listening.
When I go like this,
They tuned out. They're not listening. They heard enough.
when I do this, hey man, You can take a drink though, man. No.
Right.
You don't even want to take a drink for your birthday.
That's right. Nothing for me.
That's a celebration. You don't have to have a party. Whatever you do for your birthday is a celebration.
That's right.
How about that? I'm gonna get my hair done up. Celebration.
That's right.
It's not in the book, y'all.
Regular day.
It's not in Leviticus. It's not in Deuteronomy. It's not in the law. It's not the days that God say come together and do this. Because you don't do this on your birthday, do you?
No.
It ain't about you then.
Right.
All the days God said to commemorate and memorialize, we have to come and do this. We had to do it yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Shavuot came in. We had to come together for Shavuot. Shabbat, that's every Shabbat.
Right.
Feast of Unleavened Bread, Feast of Weeks, and Feast of Sukkot, Feast of Booths, Yom Kippur. Those are the days God commanded. Those are the only, and Yom Teruah, Feast of Blowing of the Trumpet, Day of Blowing of the Trumpets. We have to have a holy convocation from Shabbat all the way down to all the days that was just mentioned. And there is no other days added. There are no other days added.
So if I say the Hebrew, it's still no
It doesn't
good.
matter.
Okay, all right.
If I say Tov Memorial, it still mean happy birthday.
That's right.
Memorial of what? The day of your birth.
That's right.
Let's stop playing. See how we take paganism and make it here and bring it
fit.
here,
Make it fit.
and we flip it.
Yeah.
And it sounds so good because
Wow.
you don't want to throw away that life, man.
Yeah.
You don't want to throw away that life. Read.
3. You shall fear every man his mother and his father. Keep my
Oh,
Shabbat.
come on, man. What are you talking about, man? I gotta respect me too. I'm a grown man now. I'm 52 years old.
We kids.
Come on, man. I got kids. I got this. I got that. Man, you want to get shot.
That's right. Both are shot at him.
You ain't hear Isaac talk like that to Abraham. You ain't hear Jacob talk like that to Isaac. When he said, yo, what y'all doing sitting here looking at each other? Get on out there and go to Egypt and get corn. They said, okay, Abba. And they got up. They were grown men, killers. Canaanites spared them. They put it in on the Canaanites. I read other books, man, about these guys, man. Yo, Jacob's sons wasn't no joke. They had the Canaanites on their heels. And he said that then after that, he said God put the fear and dread on all the Canaanites. That's why they were amongst them. They could go amongst them, sit down and eat bread. Yeah. That's why I can go on Sterling right now and do whatever I want.
Israel.
You feel what I'm saying? That's an example.
Israel.
God read it, yes, man. These dudes is hard, man. They just been plotting about killing their brother. They just grabbed him up, threw him down the pit, and sat down to eat bread. But they not home. They're amongst the wild.
Yeah.
Israelites pulling up. They ain't worried about nothing. Look, we deep, and each and every one of us is a one-man army.
That's right.
That's why they couldn't run down on Jacob and his sons like that. That's why only two of his sons was able to wipe out a city. Tell shit.
That's right.
I am Elohim, your El. Turn not to idols, nor make to yourselves molten gods. I am Elohim, your El.
Turn not to idols. It said, turn not to idols. So, I don't have no idols in my house, man. I ain't turning. Yes, you are turning because you follow the rules and the lifestyle, culture, and tradition of the people who follow the molten gods and the idols. That's how you turn to the idol. You don't have to have it in here. You don't have to be bowing down to it.
That's right.
Just live according to the people who worship it.
That's right. You ain't got to go to church.
You ain't got to go to church.
That's right.
The church is in your head.
That's right.
You got it in you. He said, man, he said, Israel ain't got the idols in their houses. They got them in their hearts.
That's right.
That's what God says.
Like what she said the church come to you. You ain't got
to go to church. You ain't got to. It's different here, though, man. So when you follow these people that worship other gods, you follow another god.
That's
you
right.
turn to another god. It's that simple.
That's right.
Time sheet.
And if you offer a sacrifice of peace offering unto El Israel, You shall offer.
We can leave the peace offerings alone. We ain't even gonna talk about the peace offerings because we can't do that. We gotta find another way to make peace with God.
That's right.
The best way to do it is to obey.
That's right.
He said, "Obey is better than sacrifice."
That's right.
Obey is better than sacrifice. So why everybody's still trying to sacrifice, but they won't obey? I'm gonna show you that they won't obey. Tell me.
You shall offer it so that it may be favorably accepted. You shall
Go down to verse 11. Because all this stuff here in these verses, we ain't got that. You gotta have your own land.
even though we're the sons of priests.
Yeah, but we're not active.
That's right. That's right.
We can't be active. We don't have the tools that God has given the high priest and the priest to use. We don't have the people. Where the people at? The people's supposed to have their own goats and oxes and sheep and everything. Where you gonna get it at? Where's the people at?
Yeah.
Okay, this is a comeback. That's what this is.
Right.
What? Israelite? What's that? Oh, wow, is this interesting? Oh, wow. Okay, I'll be there Saturday. And now the man is godly man. But that's not for the whole world.
That's right.
That's why I say this is a wake up. This is a coming out of. Because God said, man, away with all of y'all. Go. Everybody live out your lives and die. I'll see you when you die.
That's right. That's right.
That's what it did with us.
That's right. That's right.
He said, because you don't stay in this land and do these commandments, you're getting kicked out just like the Canaanites getting kicked out.
Yeah.
And the same sword that you was for me, Assyria gonna be my rod and my sword now.
Babylon.
And Babylon.
Yeah.
These are the guys that are gonna come and get you.
Get you, boy. No, this is Assyria.
It's real easy from the hunter to be the hunted.
That's right. Oh, yeah.
When you on the wrong side of God.
God, yeah.
When you're on the side of God, you are the hunter.
That's right.
And if you being hunted, he ain't gonna make them find you. He ain't gonna make them find you.
That's right.
He'll turn the fence around. I seen it, man.
Yeah.
I seen it with my own eyes. God will turn the fence away from you. Who everybody fear. Rico. Rico. Dudes fear Rico so much, they'll go against everything they said in their songs and snitch you out.
That's right.
Okay?
It's going down right now.
They don't fear God.
Right now.
They fear Rico.
That's right.
That's the rapper's worst fear. But guess what?
They're gonna say.
God turned that around. God make them see stuff that ain't there now.
God,
I've seen God get in their head, in police head. I've seen God get in judge's head, in lawyer's head, in the DA head.
Yeah.
Only for his servant, though.
Right.
Only for one who has made up his mind and put all his trust in God. I've seen that work for. I ain't seen it work for everybody.
I know Randy.
I ain't seen it work for everybody.
That's right. I know Randy.
Okay? So whatever you fear, you can turn that around and put that fear towards God. That's why you don't break laws, because you are afraid they're going to come for you.
Right.
They're going to come grab you up.
That's right.
They're going to hunt you down.
That's right.
You're hiding. You don't run nothing if you got to be hiding and running. That's fear. So take that fear generally towards God.
it's different, gang. We never sin presumptuous, gang.
Okay?
We never lied, gang.
Okay. And that's what you got to get to.
So come on,
Say,
man.
He said, man, I don't lie to you, but y'all lie to me. Big statement. I don't lie to y'all. One person to everybody. But everybody lie to me. Damn right he gonna get tight. Damn right he gonna get tight. He gonna feel away. Yo, I don't do this to none of y'all, but y'all do this to me. You gonna feel away, right or wrong?
That's right.
Okay. Okay.
Big up to my
So when you get to that line, when you can start saying things like that, now you're good. He wasn't saying things like that at the beginning,
Nah, not even.
earlier in the 70s,
No.
in the 80s.
Right.
He was on a level, though, that everybody else wasn't. He was always ahead.
Always ahead.
That's right.
Because he stayed
Always ahead.
Before he lost his sight, he stayed in this. And he applied everything he read. He said, wait a minute. If it's saying we ain't supposed to be doing it, why are we doing this? That, hey, look, that's it. Wife, shut down. Sons, shut down. Daughters, shut down. Because here in the book, it said, thou shalt not, and we still doing it. What are we, stupid? Shut down. That's how you approach.
That's right. That's how it goes.
That's how you
You
approach
read it,
this.
apply it.
Okay?
That's
You
right.
can't play around with
You
it.
read, learn, and apply it to yourself.
Time sheet.
Apply it.
11.
Make the
You shall not
changes.
steal.
Stop taking things that don't belong to you.
Be a man.
Don't drink stuff that don't belong to you. Don't eat stuff that don't belong to you. Stop eating my cereal. Stop eating my cakes. Stop eating it. Just as an example, it doesn't belong to you. It burns somebody up when they come looking for their stuff and it's gone. And then everybody says they ain't touch it. Make you want to burn the house down. Make you want to burn the house down. In jail, that's an issue. My stuff missing, everybody's a culprit. I'm popping on everybody. This shit is going down. Somebody gonna tell because the wave coming through everybody, man. Everybody in here go when we fight. Everybody in here, right? So it's how it gotta be this way. That stealing is not a good thing. It means you got somebody grinding around. Because it means you got to sneak. And now you got me looking at everybody. And there's only one person, but I don't know who. I'm like, damn, but it's one of them. That's not good. That's not good. Okay? So stop taking things that don't belong to you. I shouldn't. I know it's not. It shouldn't be a surprise. You know you ain't supposed to be scamming.
Might not know.
You ain't supposed to be scamming, writing boys checks,
PPP,
beating people out their money, messing with debit cards and gift cards. You gotta leave that alone. I know it's funny. I've seen people come up.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
But they put their money in a bag of holes when you do that.
That's right.
That's what God said.
That's right.
He said later on, he said, God, you have your little fun with it. God go like this. Blow on your money. And you blow on what's making you happy because you abominated yourself. You abominated yourself.
You died on
Look, you know how many people signed their careers over, blew up, and did not get to enjoy the blow up? They died. No, most died. I'm talking about celebrities.
Okay.
They died. A lot of them died. Mostly rappers. They died before they got to spend their money. You know who's enjoying that money? Their manager and his wife. Because what? You got this deceitfully. You didn't get this correct. So we can't be getting into that, man. Leave that alone. Leave people information alone. Leave people information, boy. They'll take your name and do something with it, man. Next thing you know, you got people calling you talking about you owe this and you owe that. And you didn't do it. Now I gotta call and report this.
I have a hospital bill from the hospital on the Shabbat.
You never went.
I never went to the hospital.
You know what I'm saying? Somebody you should
Everybody got it.
Somebody that know you went to the Sabbath and said, no. I've seen dudes use other dudes' names when they get arrested.
Yeah.
Just stop playing.
Pulled over everything.
They use other dudes' names. Somebody, they came knocking on, they got a warrant for me. I'm supposed to go to court, but I ain't never got arrested. But your names are so simple. What you gonna do about that now? See, this is the world you live in. Tom Sheep.
Not a deal falsely.
All that is dealing falsely. Stealing, dealing falsely, and lying one to another. Scamming covers all of that.
That's right.
It covers all of that.
That's right.
You can't get money unjustly, man. By thievery and robbing, stealing, deceiving. Drop the 20, put your foot on top of the 20.
Stand there until they're gone.
Right in your pocket. You can't be that type of person to serve God. You can't be like that. If you are one that would do something like that, you have a lot of work to do on yourself.
That's right.
Okay? Right. You're supposed to show you don't get that. Yo, man, look. Somebody dropped their money. And now, I shouldn't have a bunch of people saying it's fine. Because there's only one person's 20.
That's right.
Right.
You had it wrong.
That's right.
You see this amongst heathens. You see this type of thing, man. I said, yo, man, whose stuff is this here? That's mine. No, that's mine. Whoa, wait a minute. Hold on. I put it back in my pocket. Now I put it back in my pocket. Whose is this? No, it's mine. It's mine. You know what? Just staying with me now. Because I can't prove, and you can't prove, and I found it. It's mine. But if it's in your house, I can't find nothing in your house.
That's right. In your car. In your car.
It belongs to you automatically.
Right.
I can't find nothing in your house.
That's right.
Oh man, where you get this from? Oh, I found it in your house. You found it.
Oh, I found it in your car.
It was
In the car.
you may have something laying around you ain't used in a while. All of a sudden you see me with it on. See? You know your stuff.
Right.
Even though they made 600 of it in the store, you know yours.
That's right.
Yo, what's up? Oh no, man, I found it. Man, take it off, man. You can't find nothing in my house. I told people that before. How you gonna find something in my house?
Yeah.
You know what? You ain't coming back here no more.
That's right.
When you come, I go downstairs and meet you.
That's right.
Don't you?
Swear. You should not swear by my name falsely.
You don't swear by God's name. We don't do intemperate swearing. Temperate swearing. I swear to the Most High. I swear to the Most High. Everything. It was the only times we did that was when the priest required you to take an oath that you didn't put your hands in your neighbor's goods. Things of that nature with certain laws. Other than that, you didn't do that.
No on God.
No on nothing. On your big homie,
Right.
your grandma,
Right.
not even God. You can't say that. Because you're swearing. See, these are the things that come out of our mouth that we did this set apart from what they say out their mouth.
Better than slipping forward and say the wrong thing.
That's right. Tom Shoe.
Now they shall not proclaim the name of Elohim by El. I am Elohim. Thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor, not rob him.
Don't rob him. Don't trick him, man. Don't tell him, man. He's supposed to get paid. Pay him when he's supposed to get paid, man. That's it, man. That's it. That's what that means. When you don't pay the man when he's supposed to get paid, you are robbing him.
Yeah.
How do you feel when you don't get your check? You feel like somebody's robbing you.
That's right.
You feel injustice is being done, right or wrong.
Yeah, I
Okay.
heard that, man.
God considers that.
Yeah.
He considers those feelings that people get
That's right.
when this situation happens. So I said, man, don't defraud your neighbor,
All
man.
righteous.
Give him his bread, man. Give a man his money. Give him what he worked for, man. Thou shalt not respect, I'm sure.
Not the wages of him that is high shall not abide with thee all night till the morning.
Mhm.
Thou shalt not curse to death, or put a stumbling block before the blind, but shall fear thy El. I am El Israel.
We don't mock
No,
handicaps,
no,
blind people.
no.
Listen,
When
man.
somebody fall and bust their head,
Blind people, deaf people,
Yeah.
it seems like God has a special eye to them because they can't. You know what it is? You can't see. Close your eyes for 5 minutes and try walking to the bathroom.
Uncomfortable.
Try,
Very uncomfortable.
and that's your life now.
Yeah.
Or you can see, all you hear is silence, and you got to read lips. It's frustrating. That life gets frustrating.
Yeah.
Because you're born with your senses that God gave you that you need and you're used to. All right?
You don't have it.
And you don't have it now. And here comes somebody messing with you, taking advantage of your blindness or your deafness.
You don't even know.
Okay? God said don't do that. Man, Samson said, give me back my strength this one last time so I could avenge. Not because they making fun of me. I know what it is. Yo, we've been going on. God made me to be having beef with these people. But they had to take my eye out, man. Let me get them back for my eye's sake, please. God granted.
I said, okay. Let's dress
It
it like this.
growing.
He
It
instantly,
started growing.
instantly,
It started growing.
magical powers.
You know, that's why I said, damn, he didn't have to take his eyes out.
I said, I got it.
He said, man, come on, I'm already cupped up. I ain't going nowhere. I know I'm going to die. I know what it is. But I want to see, man.
I said, go
I
ahead.
should at least be able to see who's spitting and throwing stuff and mocking me.
They was
It was going in on him, man.
Oh yeah.
throwing stuff.
What do you think the idea of throwing tomatoes and vegetables at people when they have a bad show? Ooh, you start throwing stuff
Get
at
them
them.
out of here.
That came from Greece, Rome, Philistine. All of these, they all had stadiums and stuff, and they made sport of their slaves and their enemies.
Right.
Instead of putting them in prison, that's why they had prisons. They take them to the stadium. They're gonna die
Fight
there.
for your life.
You're gonna be lying food.
Fight for your life.
You fight for your life. Look, even when you had one dude that got his freedom, really, in real history, got his freedom, but at a cost. When he got his freedom, he had no home to go to. It made sure, oh, you know what? If he wins this next fight next week, he's a free man. Okay, have some guards ready by his homestead. And when he win, if he win, kill his whole family. So man, he won. He got free. But guess what happened? Came home to nothing. Wife, children, all dead, all gone. It's not designed for you to go free. Tom Street.
You shall do no unrighteousness in judgment. Thou shalt not respect the person of the poor, nor honor the person of the mighty.
You don't change the judgment because this guy is poor or because this guy is rich. You don't change the judgment according to the person's financial status. Tom Street.
But in righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor. Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people. Now shalt thou stand aside with mischief before thy neighbor. I mean Elohim. Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart. Thou shalt certainly rebuke thy neighbor and not suffer iniquity on his
He said,
account.
don't hate your brother in his heart. When you don't rebuke your brother and you don't tell him where he has to correct himself back with the law, you hate him.
Right. No good.
You don't care.
No
You
good.
hate him. Never mind, you go over there, you know, man. This guy, man, you see what he doing, man. All you doing is showing God that you hate him. And you are going to get the same thing that he's getting for what he's doing.
That's right.
Because you
You
didn't
ain't say
correct
nothing.
him.
That's right. You ain't say nothing. Johnny.
Time sheet.
Thou shalt certainly rebuke thy neighbor and suffer not iniquity on his account. Thou shalt not avenge, nor be any grudge against the children of thy people.
Vendettas, grudges, all of these things. We don't know how to leave this stuff alone. People be holding on to grudges. Grudges that really, when you ask them how this whole thing started, he can't really tell you because it's been so long.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I asked one dude, I said, yo, man, what's up with you and him? You guys been, what this game? You know what the guy said? He's like, I don't even remember how it started.
Yeah.
I said,
Deep.
if I say I love you, you my brother, right? I'm not going to hold things against you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you're not going to do that with me. Right? There's no love.
Right.
Love is shown.
Action.
That's
right.
He said, hide a multitude of faults.
They hide the faults. Now, certain faults now, I'm not going to accept from you concerning God. I'm going to let you know. You understand what I'm saying? And just make sure you don't do it around me or in my house. You know what I'm saying? But other than
That's what I
that,
said. They said is hide a multitude
you
of
know what
faults.
I'm saying? It does, you know. When you hate a person, everything they do is wrong. Think about this. You don't like a person, you nigga, everything they do, I don't care if they do something right.
Oh,
You
yes.
know, man, he capping. He don't really mean that because you hate him. So love do hide a multitude of faults.
Oh, yeah.
It does. Say, you know what, man? Don't worry about it, man. I'm still mad at you.
Yeah.
I'm still mad. I don't like what you did, what you said, but I didn't follow into on it. Don't worry about it, man. Love does that.
What you say?
And you don't do that with everybody.
What you say, huh?
You understand what I'm saying? You don't do that with everybody. Because you don't love everybody. Sorry. You can't love everybody. You better not love everybody.
You say you love me. Don't get mad, okay?
Dumb shit. Dumb shit.
Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself.
Mhm.
I am Elohim. You shall keep my
That
statutes.
means what I like for myself, I make sure you get the same.
That's right.
What I don't like, if I don't want you talking to me a certain way, I'm not going to talk to you a certain way.
That's right.
I mean, and we can take that into other things.
That's right.
You understand what I'm saying?
That's right.
Whatever you don't like for yourself, don't do it to nobody else, man.
Right.
Because that shows wickedness. It shows God, oh, look at this guy. He don't like nobody doing it to him.
Right.
But he want to do it to everybody.
Right.
That's how God looking at it. That's how we look at it.
That's right.
Right or wrong.
Right.
And it's not good with us. Certain things that's not good with God and man. You shouldn't be in that. You shouldn't be in that. Because now when God and man agree against your actions, it's a bad thing. Okay? Bad thing. So he said, look, don't be doing nothing to your neighbor, man, that you wouldn't want done yourself. Love him like you love yourself. Consider him like you consider yourself. Come shoot.
You shall keep my statutes. Thou shalt not let thy cattle gender with the diverse kind.
Now, being that we were farmers, we were agricultural people, we had our own flocks.
Right.
We didn't get our flocks from nobody. We didn't buy them from nobody. We had our own cattle, right? We didn't let our cattle gender with a diverse kind, meaning the sheeps are with the sheeps in their section. They're not open to go where the goats and the cows at. Because while that's their living habitat. Where they live and sleep and eat is where they also cohabitate. Animals gonna jump on animals once they get hot. A horse will jump on you once you get hot. Okay? So you can't have these animals all together or access to each other. Each different animal is sectioned off. That way they don't gender, meaning have sex and make a weird animal, like a liger, a lion and a tiger. God didn't make that. God made a lion and made a tiger. Two different animals. One got stripes, one don't. One got a mane, one don't. One is really bigger than the other. But now man don't took them and made a baby out of them, which is called a liger. And that's a strange animal. Okay? And that animal is a tendency to go mad. You know why? Because it's Frankenstein. What happened to Frankenstein? What happened to Frankenstein? He went crazy. He bugged out. You got all these different body parts from different people. And then you want, how you give you life? You want to be like God, huh? You're going to make monsters. You can't be God. You can't recreate life.
That's right.
That's what the scientists are trying to do now. They're trying to create the Big Bang again. All they're going to do is blow up Europe. Tamshi.
Thou shalt not sow thy field with mingled seed. Thou shalt have gone.
So it seems here that God don't like mixing nothing. He don't like mingling nothing. He don't like mingling nothing. Okay? Even your fabrics. Cotton, it got to be all 100% cotton.
That's right.
Silk. This is a silk robe. It's 100% silk. Now you got some that are 90% silk, 10% acrylic, or 10% polyester. You can't buy that.
Right.
You can't buy something that's 80 and 20.
Right.
It has to be 100. Silk, cotton, wool, linen. Those are the 4 fabrics that we
20%.
are wearing. And it has to be 100%. Anything outside of that is man-made, synthetic. It'll burn you when it get hot. It'll melt on you. God didn't make it. They didn't wear it. Cotton, wool, silk, linen, 100%. Jackets, shirts, socks, underwears, turbans, everything.
That's right.
Has to be that way. Okay? Then you got that law covered. All right? You know that you're not wearing nothing mixed. Yo, y'all never heard nothing like this before. Y'all ain't gonna hear nothing like this. Oh, look, you're not supposed to wear these type of fabrics. You can only wear. This is a unique law for unique people. This is what's gonna make you like to be different. You like to stick out. Do these commandments.
That's right.
Do these commandments, whether they understand it or not. This is what's gonna make you out there. All right?
And whoever lies calmly with a woman that is a bondmaid, designated to a man, not wholly redeemed, nor freely given her, inquiry shall be made. They shall not be put to death, because she was not free. He shall bring his guilt offering to Elohim, to do a tenth of feeding, a ram for guilt offering, and the priest shall make atonement for him.
All right, that's 22, right?
Yes.
All right. Dad, I say out to you, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah.
Announcement. Yes.
I like that. I ain't heard it in a long time, but I like it. Any announcement?
You got an announcement, you gotta go up there.
The announcement.
Go up there, go up there.
The announcement is that, the announcement is that a lot of products have non-GMO. And I used to read non-GMO, I used to just not pay it in mind. So I read where it says non-GMO is the same as bioengineered, which means that's food that was created in labs. So you can decide for yourself if food that was created in the labs is clean or unclean. I'm not messing with it.
Non-GMO means
Boxes have it,
that's
yeah.
how they try to trick you.
Yeah.
Non-GMO.
That's right.
Sound like something good.
Something good, like it ain't got GMO. Come on.
No. Non-GMO means it don't have GMO. So if it have GMO, it's no good.
No, but you just said non-GMO means
Right.
it was made in the lab.
No, I made a mistake. Okay,
Yeah,
so
GMO.
GMO is what's no good. So if it says non-GMO, that's good.
Okay.
So I made a mistake. So GMO is the same as bioengineered. GMO is no good. If it says non-GMO, that's good. So that's what I look for in the package. Because this stuff was created in the lab. Shabbat Shalom Lekah.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah.